and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Today is the 13th day of July, 2025 on the ancient moon calendar, 2026 on the ancient sun calendar, and it is 5785 on the ancient Hebrew Israelite calendar and 10,066 on the ancient Yoruba calendar, and millions and trillions and millions of years on the ancient Moorishe calendar. All rise and stand and remain standing into perpetuity and in alignment and according to the ancient Noahide laws as stated by this holy Congress. This is a sovereign living ancient Article 3, Moorish American Al-Moroccan Universal Court action. We are the divine sovereign living justices and Aqqtivationne Pauline Ritchie. My free chosen sovereign appellation is Light Tajiri Bay. All are in capitis diminutio nolo in red ink, in propria persona sui juris, in proprio solo, and in proprio heredes. We are capit et corpus juris legalis, which is our statement that we are the lawful and legal, one and only, natural living head and body for our empire. All Moors are the divine, original, indigenous, sovereign, ancient, Al-Moroccan, Moorish American ascendants of the great pharaohs of Kemet and of the ancient Moabites, Canaanites, Shemites, Israelites, Cushites, and Hittites. Our full faith and trust, our allegiance, our honor, our credit, and our energy are hereby vested in ourselves, for we are the people who are the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Moroccan empire. We're the de jure Moorish National Republic federal government. We're ancient Washington District for Columbia. We're the Universal Moorish American Consulate and the Earth-wide Article 3 Moorish American Consular Court. We are the law by our sovereign status, which is the original indigenous, natural, divine, sovereign, ancient Article 3 Living United States District for Columbia Court, and we are the sovereign fiduciaries, original creditors, executors, divine ministers, possessors, grantors, and title trustors for all causes for action. We are all offices, Islam, and our system is the trustee. We are peace. We are one nation, one state, one empire, and one God. We hereby recognize ourselves and accept our divine sovereign ascension. We do possess in our custody all land, all natural resources, and all commerce. We, the true living God nation, are not at war. We are not at war. We're not at war. And we are all eternal, ancient, original sovereign rights at this time, and at all points in time, nunc pro tunc. So just a quick couple of notes and side notes so that we are all aware. We'll share our screen at this time. Just know that in the previous era was Babylon. We have emerged from the enactment. We are ourselves on our own land, Islam. Any of the training, quote unquote, that was received previously was Babylonian training. What is the purpose of Babylonian training? It was a way for us to do the enactment of knowing how to organize and how to strategize and so on and so forth. But then to come out of Babylon and be ourselves and use our sovereign, that use the basic information from the previous era to restate everything, to nationalize all land, all natural resources, and all commerce, to bring it out of false capitalism, to ensure that, and really essentially create it new here on the land, because that's really what we're doing. We've created our land. We've stated that we have the title to the land. And then we began putting things on our land, namely ourselves, or not namely, but stately ourselves, and all else. So although the training, and again, we're not mad at Babylon, but we're not subject to Babylon, nor are we in Babylon. So always remember that we're not Negro, Black, colored, African American. All of those are slave brands from Babylon. At Babylon, anyone who claims those brands is a slave. You can't own anything in Babylon. You can't. And Babylon is written in black ink and capital letters by someone who is not you, by foreigners. So Babylon is also, it was also a place that whenever the heirs were born, some foreign entity had to fraudulently try and enact labeling the heirs, us, the nobility, as minors. And when we say minors, we mean underage and incompetent. So paperwork, fake birth certificates, social security numbers, quote unquote, driver license, all issued by frauds and not by any legit, lawful and legal. It was all invalid. It was all scripts from Hollywood. It was acting. That's why it's in black ink and capital letters, or it was in black ink and capital letters, because it's Hollywood. It's not real. It's a script. It was a script from Hollywood. Every piece of paper that was issued like that from that entity was a Hollywood script. All of it was Hollywood. So just ensure that you're aware of that. Having stated that, some have been, in the meeting before the meeting, there was discussion about gold and about, Moors have been wondering, where's the gold going to come from? Are we going to have to go and dig it up and all of this? We are the gold, just so that everyone is aware. We're the gold. That will not change, okay? Nothing has value unless we state that. Now, always know that from a practical place, anywhere on the land where there is a volcano, whether it is active or not active, volcanoes spew up gold, silver, diamonds, platinum, precious rare earth minerals and metals and chemicals and elements and all of that. So, for example, here we have Mount Olympus. Anciently, it was called Mount Olympus, but they call it the Olympic Mountains here at this territory. But we also have Mount Rainier. We have Mount St. Helens at the Pacific Northwest, which is this territory here. Those active volcanoes, whenever you hear anything about a volcano starting to do some things, it's just more gold and silver, more land being manifested as well, because every time that earth is spewed up out of the volcano, it widens the land. It adds more land to what we already have. So our estate grows every day, particularly underneath, but specifically as volcanoes erupt, Yellowstone and anywhere that there's a mountain range, there's going to be lots of gold, lots of silver, lots of minerals, just innumerable amounts of wealth. And it all starts with us because we have the title to the land, Islam. So we don't have to wonder about where anything is going to come from. It's all here. We're standing on it. So with that being stated, our ancestors used to gather at the foot of the volcanoes and of the mountains. That's why they gathered there. That was one of the reasons they gathered there, is because of the living activity. And those volcanoes would spew up some gold and silver, and as much as our ancestors willed to have. And that hasn't changed. So the same way that we harvest our sea salt, and the same way that we go out and harvest the pine tree tea and all the other elements on the land, is the same way we can go out and harvest gold and silver. It's the same thing, same process. Same process. Go out and just harvest. It's our land. We can do that. We've been doing it for years now, And those are not processes that fiat can even touch. That's why you did not see actors going out and just digging up everything and talking about and walking around with all this gold on them and all. No, it belongs to us. And, we can go out and just harvest it and create from that. The same vibrational energy that we get from the sea salt and all of that, it's just elevated with gold and silver and platinum and granite and marble and quartz and all of the other crystals and all of that. So, our wealth is as numerous as the sands, as the grains of sand on a beach. On all the beaches put together and underneath the ocean, we have more wealth than even that. So everyone who has seen us has always known that about us. The Prophet Noble Drew Ali stated, "You're just plain rich. You're just plain rich." And he knew. I am sure that at the time that he was at, we as a people may not have been ready for what we're ready for now, but the way that you show and demonstrate and prove and present the evidence that you're ready to receive your estate is by creating the systems to receive it, such as we've done. The systems that we've created, our court system, our banking system, we're ready to receive. That's why it's manifesting now. Our systems whereby we create our own birth affidavits, our heirs don't have to ever be born into slavery, ever. Because we know how to record them properly. And that's been record. That word, it has umbilical cord implications. That's what recording is really all about, is keeping us attached to mother without being physically attached to mother by the umbilical cord. Our records are a replacement for the umbilical cord once we come out of the womb. And that's why it was so important for us to create the baskets to receive. And the thing about receiving, I heard the great Reverend Ikerin Coda. He said that the ocean doesn't care whether you bring a bucket, a tub, or a teaspoon. It's going to give you as much as you can take, as much as you create space for. And creating space means create the systems whereby you can receive. You have to bring that to the ocean. The ocean's not going to put that in your lap. You have to come with your ready to receive and also ready to give. You're bringing something to the table is the point. Even if it's a basket to receive, even if it's a record system to receive. Because the systems to receive don't create themselves. We have to do that. And once we've already done it, once it's done competently, then of course the manifestation is going to continue to manifest. What we have to receive from our ancient foremothers and forefathers is so vast. It's so vast, so vast that we had to create systems. It's just too vast. Now, let me state this, that going to the ocean with whatever you go to the ocean with is a matter of knowing what you're going to show your capabilities, your abilities. Your abilities, because see, some did not think that what we were doing was necessary to create systems to receive, because we can go out on the land and pull. Now, let me say this, that the ancestors showed us also this over time. We knew this already. All of us knew this in our spirits. But the ancestors are stating that when we go out and I won't say go out because we're already on the land. When we go to the places at our territories to pull the natural resources and to harvest, that part of the process requires that you be original, indigenous, and ancient to the land. Because that part is the Moroccan Empire part. That's the lawful part of the process. See, the natural resources, when we go out to the Pacific Ocean and we pull the water from the ocean to boil down to get the sea salt, the ocean is a part of the Moroccan Empire. So you must be properly stated to even do that. You have to be, because that's the beginning of any products or any anything that can be put into a legal system. It starts lawfully first. And so that's why nationality is so important right now. Because remember, in the previous era, and again, this is not excluding anyone, what it's doing is putting everything in proper order. In the previous era, not a single one of us, nor any that look like us, and it's not just looks, but I'll say that because the majority of us do look the same, that none of us had a natural resources company where we would go out and dig for gold on a major scale like Newmont or Barrick were enacting and all of that. None of us had that, because in the previous era's enactment, they were pretending, that was acting. So we don't have to act when it comes to gold and silver and precious minerals and things of that nature. So now the billionaires and the trillionaires and all of that, that's a matter that those are choices. It's a choice for all of us. It's a choice. Some may not want, they may not will to go out and do all of that. Okay. If you don't will to produce, we can't make you, because we can't tell sovereigns what to do. But those who do produce, you're creating your own wealth for generations to come. No matter how much I go to this Pacific Ocean and pull water to create sea salt. I don't care how much of it I create, there's still going to be trillions and trillions and trillions and innumerable amounts more out there. That means that 10,000 years from now, my exponential great-grandchildren, they can still be doing what we're doing if they will to do it. And the ocean will still be there. It'll still be producing. It'll never run dry. Same thing for all the resources. And right now, this is the time. This is the time for everyone who wills to be the titans and the builders of the empire and all of that. Our ancestors willed to live this through us right now because that's their way of seeing. We are their eyes and their feet and their hands and their body and their mouths and their brains and consciousness. They're actually looking through us right now and using our chakras and our energy to do all of the things that are being done. Speaking of chakras, this past week we did have our full moon fast. I did not mention it in the previous Congress, but those who know what we do know to do it if they will to do it. And you can fast however you will to fast. If you will to fast from negative energy or, whatever it is that you will to fast from. Some do water only for the whole 3-day period, and others do fasting from coffee or sugar or meat or energies or speaking or, they just fast. So fast with intention. And so speaking of heart chakras, the discipline that it takes comes from the heart chakra. That's something that that the ancestors have made clear to us, that those who will to be disciplined enough to govern trillions and trillions and trillions of and I'll just say dollars in natural resources. When we say dollar, we mean the real dollars that we have. Those who will to govern millions and millions and trillions of dollars, it does require discipline. It requires discipline. No one's saying you have to be perfect in terms of that, but it does require a certain amount of discipline because I could say for obvious reasons, but I won't say that. I'll explain. When you have as much of whatever it is that you've ever willed to have, let's say, for example, if you've always loved designer shoes, which we design our own shoes, you could have 1,000 pairs. And that there's nothing wrong with that. Some will have 1,000 pairs. But the 1,000 pair can't have you. And that's the point. Or if you love lobster or you love whatever, you can have that, but it can't have you. It's going to take someone who says, I've had enough of this today. I'm going to go ahead and continue to be about my mother's business, which enjoying the finest things in life is a part of being about our mother's business. So we do not by any means minimize that. That's a heart chakra thing. So if you will to become more disciplined and to have and to control your thoughts instead of your thoughts controlling you and your urges and impulses controlling you, then use your heart chakra to do it. What does that look like? That looks like love. If you love you, And some don't love themselves, so they have to learn to do it. They have to remember to love themselves. So that's how you take better care of yourself, and that's how you learn to do whatever it is in terms of governing trillions and trillions and millions and trillions of dollars in natural resources, in land, whatever it is. You have to love you first, and then, love you enough to take great care of you first. And I will say us first, so I have to put that in the first person, or the first people, in order for us to take care of, to continue to be fit to govern. We must love ourselves first enough to take great care of ourselves, because we will live a long, 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 long time, forever actually. And to do that in a way that the quality is really high is to take great care of ourselves. Not perfect at that, but getting started. Islam. Now, as we in the meeting, before the meeting, we were talking briefly about the funny mirror and some of the things that are being shown in the funny mirror. The funny mirror being the previous era where debt notes were flying everywhere, and people thought that if you had a lot of debt notes, that was a lot of money and you were rich, and all of that funny madness. When we look in the funny mirror, we must be sure that we know that no matter what's being said in the funny mirror, they are not talking to us. They're not talking to us. It's acting. We state what is our will, our living will, for us and for our nation, for our heirs, for our resources and all. We're the ones who do that. Yes, when you look in the funny mirror, you can get clues about things. That's why we look in the funny mirror, but we know when we look in the funny mirror that it's a funny mirror and it's not real. And here's the thing, the funny mirror is not real. All of that, quote unquote, Donald Trump and all of that stuff, none of that is real unless you say it is. So when we cast spells out there, all we're doing is putting everything in the funny mirror that was in the funny mirror in its proper place in our lives. That's all we're doing. Is making it known that we know that it's a funny mirror first and foremost, and that when actors are not acting, they're subjects. Even when they're acting, they're still subject to us. But as the acting is changing course, that they're always subject to us. Always. This strong, we have come up with words to express solutions. Three in particular, three of the greatest solutions that are moving this worldwide movement and earthwide movement, the Moorish divine and national movement for the world, forward. Everything that each and every one of us has done up to now has been for that purpose, the movement, because movement indicates life. but not just any movement. Living movement is an indicator for life. Zombies, quote unquote, were moving, pretending to indicate life. But now movement, and as always, it's always been this way, is the indication. The three greatest solutions, and this is after looking at all that we've been doing, Congress, grand body, we're speaking to all that we've been doing up to now, we've noticed some things that frustrate the Moors sometimes and things of that nature, and we will to put those, at least three of them, in perspective. And I'm certain in my knower that these three thought processes were previously an issue, but we have the solution because we all are the solution. So the first one is one that we just stated, where using all capital letters and black ink for semantic deceit. What is semantic deceit? Semantic deceit is someone saying Pauline, hoping that I'll answer when they know they don't have the authority to speak to me. Dead corpses and foreign debt entities from the previous era don't have the authority to speak to any of us, but they will say a word that they previously were saying words that sound like what our holy mothers called us by. And then if we listened to what they said, they would then start sending paper. If we listened to what came out of their dead mouths, then paper would follow. Very rarely did they send paper first. That's what the television was all about, is you had to agree and not rebut what you were hearing first. So then they would enact sending paper. And so the issue of semantic deceit by way of fraudulent foreign capitalism, the key is that never were they ever talking to you in the first place. Even when they said Americans, and some Moors say, well, we're not Moorish Americans. We're Moorish Americans too, but just not in all capital letters and black ink. See, some Moors are still thinking that a word in all capital letters and black ink, oh, that's not us because they use that. All they did was copy, mimic that word, American and Moorish, because even in the 1950s, the Citizenship and Expatriation Act said Moorish subjects ipso jure. That was an act, a mimicry too. So those who are saying, oh, we're not Moorish Americans, go back and look at the 1950 Citizenship and Expatriation Act, because it was an act when written by, it's a draft. It was a draft until we make it the law, until we made it the law. They don't say Moorish Americans, they say Moorish subjects ipso jure. So that they're saying Moors, but that doesn't make it right because it's not coming from the right authority. That's not an authority at all. We're the authority. Anytime the word Moors comes out, whether it's Moorish American or not, whether it's Moors or Moorish American, if it's not coming from us, I don't care what they say, it's not valid. And when it's coming from us, it's always valid and competent. Competence is key. So just know, number one of the greatest solutions is to just know that they were never talking to us. When they were talking about, in 1971, Nixon removed gold from the dollar from the gold standard and all of that, they weren't even talking to the Moors. They were not talking to the nationals. They weren't talking to the original indigenous people. That was an act. It was an act. We should have just kept on doing what we do. Keep building our commerce, building the empire, allowing the ancestors to work through us to continue to expand our empire. And act like we don't even hear that because it wasn't real. They weren't talking to us. So that's solution number one for semantic deceit by way of fraudulent foreign capitalism from the previous era. It's just they're not talking to you, and keep doing what you're doing. We keep doing what we're doing. Number two, Moors can see far ahead. All of us can see far ahead. Some can see farther ahead than others. For example, our great Chief Tajiri Bey, he can see way far ahead and way far in many Moors are gifted with that, where we can see way far ahead and way far behind. We're also able to be present so that we make the adjustments to navigate the future as well as navigate the past. And so many Moors, because we know we're the heirs to all land, all natural resources, and all commerce, many Moors they felt and I'll call it a tension, it's a tense feeling of the not yet. The tense feeling of the not yet can bother some. The truth of our great wealth is manifesting right now. We already know that everything belongs to us. So we have to manage and govern that tension of, for example, not seeing a conveyance manifest today, right this moment, which is already manifested. We just have to make sure that we are able to govern the tension, the emotions, and the feelings so that we can see that it's already manifested. So some, have thought, oh, this is taking so long. When are we ever going to do this and do this and do that? Manage that tension as you see things developing. That's a major key for many, is to govern that feeling so that you know how to minimize, if not completely dispel, that tension that says, oh, when is this going to happen? When is that going to happen? We already see everything unfolding, but you got to remember, we live forever. That's a long time. So things do take longer. It's like even everything about us is a very slow, not slow, but a very strategically timed process. Even to the growing of our hair is a strategically timed perfection. That's what it is. So learning to govern that tension of not yet, that our ancestors will say, that's already yours. You have to get the process. It's already yours. Just get the process right. We have to learn to govern that, all of us. And we've learned already. We know already. It's done. We've been doing it this long. It's done. We just will to call it to your attention. That's number two. And in addition, in addendum to that, we must still process what we know about our wealth properly as we manifest it. So that's That's the answer to that, is processing, okay, those feelings of not yet, the not yet feeling. And, you know, when you think about the stories that we've heard about, particularly in both the Circle 7 Holy Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science, as well as the Biblios Heliotext. The stories that we heard about the characters in the Biblios and the people in the Circle 7, those stories, it took a while before a lot of that happened. You know, a lot of that was years away. Islam. They can make a year go by from one verse to the next. And then the third issue that Moors were having, the money. The money and production go hand in hand. Money and production go hand in hand. So some have been, you know, thinking about the money issue. You know, we already know and see that the acting, all of that monopoly stuff from the previous era that's not a thing. It's not a thing. It's not real. And so the money and the production go hand in hand. If you will to see delarium and gold and silver manifest quicker, continue to increase your production of natural resources. The time that it takes is already greatly shortened because there are so many of us already activated financially. What does financial activation look like? The natural resources being tributed. It looks like us using our own money to do so. Islam. And it looks like more and more of us growing and expanding the work that we do. Let me just say this too, that Islam, we were out in the territories talking to others about what we do. Someone had asked, you know, if we were talking about nationality to some of the empresses at the territory, and one of the empresses asked if I sold jewelry because I was wearing some jewelry. And I said, no, I don't sell jewelry, you know, because I don't, or I don't now. And as I was walking away from her, the ancestors said to us that the quickest way to get someone to, some, this is only some, not all, the quickest way to get someone to nationalize is to tell them that the things that you sell, they can't afford no matter how much they make, quote unquote. No matter how much fiat they make, they cannot afford what you sell because it's not for sale for fiat. So those of us who are activated financially, all we're doing is expanding what we're doing. We're continuing to expand financially, and anyone who has not gotten started already, go ahead and get started. It doesn't take much to get started. Doesn't take much. Just go ahead and get started. Start pulling from the land and tributing it. Now, let me say this too. If you are one who may be having problems mailing your tributes out, begin preparing to tribute to those at your territory. Okay? Begin preparing to tribute to those at your territory. That's going to be important. Number 4, if you're going to spend time, and this, again, these are solutions for some of the things that we have been seeing Moors deal with. If you're going to spend time in the funny mirror, looking at what they're doing, and we all do, at some point we all do, then make sure that you follow that up with precede it and follow it up with study in reality. Okay? Reality is these congresses. Reality is the things that we've been doing. Okay? Don't spend, and this is a suggestion because you can't tell sovereigns what to do, don't spend a lot of time in the funny mirror without looking at reality, because the funny mirror is not reality. So that includes YouTube and all of these other things. If you're going to spend time there, and we're not saying don't do it, we're saying do it, but then also spend equally as much time or more time studying and looking at reality outside of the funny mirror, because for the majority of us, the funny mirror only exists in the funny mirror unless you spend a lot of time, so much time in the funny mirror that when you go out there, you forget to be yourself. That comes from spending too much time in the funny mirror. You can always tell when someone has spent a lot of time in the funny mirror. Why? Because of the way they talk. They talk about the funny mirror like it's real when it's not. We know it's not real. It's fake. So with that being stated, spend as much time with erudition videos, study, meditation, so that your interpretation of what you see in the funny mirror is aligned properly with your estate. That means it's beneath your estate, it's not real. Okay? And then number 5, all of the props from the previous era, we have our own proppers. It's called proppers. Our own proppers and property is hereby manifested. Islam. Islam.
Yes, Islam.
Islam, Empress.
This is Lisa. Yes, Empress. I did have a comment. I was trying to think about, I was thinking about what you were saying about back in the funny mirror in terms of how things were. And my former consort, who's about 17 years my senior, he was telling me about, well, he's so-called Pan-African, how do you say it? Pan-Africanist type of mentality.
Mm-hmm.
And then when I was about these moorishe type about, 31 CFR, was it 1010.100 currency? Look it up, and then legal tender and all this. And so I was mentioning how we have our own currency, our own money, because I needed those called, I call them gold receipts, but $5 gold receipts. And I wanted to do some lawful illustrations with that. So I understand, because it's true that when one door is about to open, like that was trying to close, but one door is about to open. And so, I was to do the banking demonstration. So, I appreciate what you're saying right now, because it's right in line about what's going on in my reality. So thank you.
Yeah. We have to know the difference between the fakery and the enactments from the previous era, enactments, and the reality that, everything that we have said, everything that we've stated, everything we've done is the reality. Listen, reality is only when we get up and make movement and do things. That's the reality for each one of us, is when we get up and manifest things. I thought about, I'm seeing all kinds of talk about, like, for example, quote unquote AI and, artificial intelligence and all of that, and how, even the ones that are supposed to be so wealthy are so afraid of AI. Well, just unplug the computer, dum-dum. That's all they have to do is unplug the computer and there's no AI. Just like if we shut off media, quote unquote, then there'll be no more Donald Trump, no more fakeness, none of that. All of that stuff goes away if we shut off the noise. Did you know it's that easy? It's that easy. It's that simple. If we don't listen to it, it won't be true for us. Try it for a week, and won't none of that stuff matter. Try it for a week. About the economy. Try not listening to any of that for a whole week. Don't look at it. Don't listen to it for a whole month, and go about pulling from the land, using what you pull from the land to sustain you and yours, and then assist in tributing to others. For example, right now, it's just the beginning of blackberry season here. Oh, my favorite season. One of my favorites. Who in the world ever said that there was a shortage of food? Who said that? Because here, even in the previous enactment, those that were acting as the city had to go through the whole territory in their enactment and try and stop the growth of the blackberries, because it was so many. They were growing all off into the street. Blackberries growing like just monstrously growing. And here's the thing, no matter how much they try and kill it off, it just grows back the next year. So who said there was a shortage of what? And that same thing is for all other fruits and vegetables. And more, remember we had the discussion this Congress did about the difference between male trees and female trees. We had that discussion.
Yes.
We're starting to see the female trees manifest here. And we didn't even have to plant them. They're starting to manifest here. Of course, apples, pears, plums, I'm seeing them right here. all around. I'm like, this is awesome. This is awesome. And so I pull a few and plant some seeds other places. And I just go throughout the neighborhood, throughout the territory, and just plant seeds randomly, different places. And I may not go past that place again, but I know the seeds are growing. So food is going to be popping up everywhere out here. And that's a good project. And we stated this before. That's a good project for the empresses to do with the children and the emperors. Is gather your seeds from your kitchen scraps. That's what they call them, kitchen scraps. From the foods, the fruits and vegetables, dry them out, and then when you're ready, maybe once a month, take the heirs out throughout the territory and just randomly have them to plant the foods, and they will bloom in their time. There are many places out at the territory where it's just land, water standing and land, lakes and streams and rivers, and just plant nearby there for the plants that use that. And 2-3 years later, you just so happen to be in the area and you see tomatoes and fruits and vegetables growing. So, again, it's our word. As I began to continue to plant, the ancestors stated that we're creating our own Garden of Eden, Garden for Eden, on the land. So I have so many seeds from so many of my favorite fruits and vegetables that I'm just taking throughout the territory and just planting randomly. We know they'll grow. It doesn't. I don't have to till up the whole backyard and plant in rows, and the stuff grows. It's gonna grow. Even though I do some of that. So, are there any other questions, comments, wisdom about what we have stated? I will say this, that we're making up for the time, and I'll try not to cry on this part. We're making up the time for the past 7 years that seemed like, A, maybe we weren't getting the things that we willed to have. B, that, that we were being tested and tested and tested. C, that we some time that we spent studying, and spending it with our heirs and things. What we're doing right now is we've created the conditions. That's a good word. We've created the conditions and circumstances and events and situations to redeem that time. Go about planting throughout the territory, and then just prepare to take back, to enjoy the time. This is redemption of time is a process, just like everything else that we've done. Every day, wake up with the intention to enjoy the day, whether it be study or whether it be going out and about, because that is how the growth happens, where the things that we saw for ourselves and see for ourselves continues to manifest. It's by enjoying the day right now, no matter what your circumstances and situations are. Enjoy the now. Enjoy the now. Enjoy the now. That's important, because that's how growth happens. when we first nationalized, we were grieving at first when we woke up and looked around at all of the suffering and the deprivation and the force that we were seeing, and then we started being tested immediately. We were perplexed and grieved because we were as we spoke it to the ancestors back then, we were saying, if we had never gone to sleep, none of this would have happened, or maybe if we had awakened sooner, then not as many people would have suffered. And the ancestors quickly informed us that all that we were seeing was a matter of choices from start to finish. From us going to sleep, that was a choice. Us choosing to wake up, a choice. What we do with the time now that we are awakened, all of it is a choice. Those who are suffering, and I thought, ancestors, how could that? Who would choose to suffer? But with all the information that we have, those who are choosing to ignore the truth are choosing to suffer. Those who ignore the truth of what we're stating are making it. That is a choice to suffer. As we continue to prosper with all the wealth that's here for us now, no one will ever be able to say that we don't deserve it. They won't be able to say that we didn't do anything for it, that we just inherited it and it was set in our lap. No one will be able to say those things because of what we've been through already, because of the testing that we've been through already. And despite the testing, or in collaboration with the testing previously, we still created our own systems. We stayed focused. We stayed the course. Still, that is how prosperity manifests. It's a process over time. It's a process over time. Islam nobility.
Islam. I wanted to share. The lessons say truth is out and has no cause, and yet it is the cause of everything. So we suffer because we don't accept the truth. And I've learned that people are choosing to suffer, and that's why I got to accept whatever everybody else chooses, and I can't let it affect me. But you mentioned about the full moon. I actually felt recall. Okay. But I was in tune, and I was hey, woo! I'm telling you, the experience. Woo, amazing! I ain't never experienced nothing like it before.
This one was different. This one was so different.
Yes.
This one was different. We got to see into the spirit realm like never before this time.
Yeah. It's like
Justice Ogunwale, I'm grateful for you because you just affirmed that this one was different. It hit different, way different. Well, maybe one of these days the ancestors will free us up or give us the go-ahead to tell you some of the things they show us in the spirit realm. Some people wonder how we stayed this long at what we're doing. It's because of times like this past full moon, the things that the ancestors show us well ahead of time. They prepare us for what's coming. If you only knew how powerful we are.
It's Empress. When you said earlier about I forgot what you was referring to, but you made a statement that we got time. We can live forever.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm talking about. It hit me deep.
Yeah.
I laughed at it because I seen the humor, but the message is powerful.
Yes. Justice Ogunwale, that came for you specifically, that information. Came for you specifically.
Yes. Yes.
So we need not mourn or feel bad for those who chose to leave, because they're still with us, really. They're still with us. And as long as we remember them, they're still with us. You know? So we do live forever. Forever. There never was a time when we were not. That's the first verses of the first chapter in the Holy Quran. The Circle 7 Holy Quran for the Moorish Holy Temple for Science. And how we enjoy our eternal life is completely up to us. That's why, listen, I don't know about anybody. Yes, I do. I know about you all. You're not choosing to suffer. You're not going to choose to suffer for eternity. That's not even, we don't even operate like that. Everyone is choosing right now by what they do. If someone has to force you to go out onto your land and pull resources and tribute those resources so that it puts you in the driver's seat, the operator's seat, the commander's seat for this era, if someone has to shovel you up out of your seat and force you to do it, you just don't deserve the wealth. You don't deserve the wealth because this is a choice. It's a choice. That's why we don't fit. And you know what? Justice Ogunwale, let me say this in response to what you stated, or in collaboration with what you stated. Now it is becoming clearer and clearer to me why those that were acting as wealthy could drive past 30 homeless people and 30 beggars and not give them nothing. And that sounds harsh. This is what they did. So I'm telling you what they did in their enactment. But I'm starting to understand and understand how it was easy for them to know that they knew where the nearest slum was. They knew where the nearest ghetto was. They knew where the nearest housing project, the nearest homeless shelter. They can look and find a homeless shelter just like anybody else can go online and look up a homeless shelter and go help. But they chose not to do it because they know something. The only time they do it is when they get in real dire straits financially. Then you'll see them doing photo ops where they just, they'll go down to a homeless shelter. But when things are going well for them, they don't go down to a homeless shelter and feed anybody and help feed. And it was only recently that in the enactment, in the funny mirror, we saw the actor and the subject Bill Gates and his family at a homeless shelter handing out food. And I thought to myself, the people still don't get it. The persons still don't get it either. That if you have $1 billion, quote unquote, dollars, nobody in the city should be hungry. But see, they know people are poor in spirit and poor in mind, and that you can give them $1 million and they still won't know what to do with it, and they'll be broke and poor the next week, if not the next day. Some of them, if you gave them $1 million, they would refuse it because they're that poor mentally. Others will burn through it because they're poor mentally. And if they're poor mentally and in their spirit, then that is the condition that they must go back to. That's why this is so important, that we know that we're the Lord's for the land, because everything that we do will point to that every time and we'll continue to grow and expand that condition. It's a title, but it's a condition also. The Lord's for the land is a condition. We live a certain way. We build to maintain and to live and to expand a certain way. And right now we're at expansion mode. That's why the mind has to be renewed for this type of wealth, so that you'll consistently go back to trillionaire, billionaire, wealth, inheritance, birthright, nationality, all that. You'll keep going back to it. You'll never change from that. Every move you make will point you in that direction so that you stay there because you got your mind right. But if your mind is poor, that's why they can be in a limousine. They were in the previous era in a limousine, going downtown to a $10,000 or $100,000 a plate dinner, past 30 homeless people, and don't even blink. Don't stop. Don't blink. Don't give them nothing. Just keep going. Because at some point, a choice has to be made. And that's really, every day we make choices. And if a habit is formed over only 30 days, all it takes is for you to do something for 30 days straight, and it becomes a habit. 30 days straight, and it becomes a habit. That's hard to break. You can't study yourself and study wealth and declare your nationality and for 30 days straight, take off your shoes, go outside and say, I'm on my own land. 30 days straight, don't miss a day. It only takes 2 seconds to go out there, stand on the land and say, I'm at home. This is our land. Reprogramming yourself. That's a choice. It's a choice. I just couldn't understand how someone could have $500 million and still be poor people, all around where they live. I couldn't get it, but now I get it, because I see what it's taking to deprogram and then reprogram properly my own self. It's a choice. And here's the thing, that's not a choice that you just make one time and do one thing and it's over. It becomes a way of life after a while. I don't even think about doing things a different way. I am me. I am that I am. I am God. We are all God, Morris. And the sooner we go ahead and just absorb that into our spirit and continue to demonstrate that, because that's what the demonstrations are about. The demonstrations are about, and I would say the practice, but it's not practice, because this is real life. It's about the real life condition of being wealthy. Wealthy people don't think like everybody else, so you're going to have people saying, oh, that's weird. Oh, y'all crazy. You were going to have that. We had that already, and now everybody's like, wow, you all are geniuses. You thought of that? Wow, how did you know? We did that all together. But we had to not worry about what other people thought and said. We have to not be concerned about that.
Islam,
Empress.
I'm listening and shelling moringa seeds while listening, but everything that you're stating. Today I was standing under a mango tree in my yard. I'd just eaten a couple of mangoes off the tree, and I was standing barefoot on the ground, holding onto the branch above and slightly ahead of me. And I found myself drifting. And I got the message. Spirit said to me, well, it came through like this. I am older than time.
Yes.
And, well, first of all, I opened my eyes, and there was a lizard right next to me, looking at me as if to say, what are you?
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, I looked back at the lizard, and anyway, I got this message that I am older than time, which is true. We all are. And then I got the message that I make myself, as in I create myself. Everything that you're speaking of, that you're stating, affirms those messages, because without my movement, without my mind first, and the mind taking me to my nationality, which first and foremost, before a car, a house, anything like that, the nationality is my wealth returned to me.
Yes.
And then beyond that, my movement determines what manifests physically around me. But I have to stay in that, I have to maintain that prosperity, free mind of the wealthy, which really is not that image that we were in the funny mirror of, driving around in long limousines and all of those other things. Part if you choose it. But the first choice is to know thyself.
Yeah.
And I know that nationality piece is the starting point. And in fact, is it the starting point? It's not. It's the revolution. It's the cycle, because we were born wealthy. We were born, but in that remembering, when we go there and then study, learn, erudite, make choices and maintain and grow and expand in that frequency and vibration. And no, I put in the chat there, you were stating earlier, that about AI, it's not artificial intelligence. It's actually ancient intelligence, because that's
of course.
That is who we are. That's the source of us, manifested in the body here. But really and truly, the source is ancient intelligence, from which all wealth comes. So I yield.
Empress, and more, being ourselves is not a one-time thing. It's forever
and ever.
I was watching, for those who look into the funny mirror and see, I was watching a large Asian Christian, some Asian subjects, Christian church in South Carolina. And as I was watching them, and the reason I watch those occasionally, not all the time, just occasionally, just to hear where they are and what they're saying. And of course, they're all saying the same thing. I noticed that the one who was acting as the preacher was claiming a title of nobility. And I know for sure that he is under the auspices and the enactment, of capitalism. But he was claiming to be a prince. But he said it out of frustration, because apparently, and I know this to be true in the enactment, that they're all of them, anyone who is fully believing in and having faith in a debt system, they're having money problems. We already know that. There's not a single one of them who's not having money problems. The money problem is that's not real money. That's the problem. But also there is even a lack and deprivation of that, of the fake monopoly, fake money. From the enacted Asians, they, this particular Asian subject, they never had a fiat problem, a U.S. debt problem in the previous era's enactment, because they act like the Moors did and like we're doing now. They all put all their money together for whatever. They're going to all prosper together because they know that's how prosperity works, is that they all do it together. We all do it together. They learned that from us, okay? And the church has probably about 10,000, members in the enactment, had about 10,000 members in the enactment. And, the private jet, the private this, the private that, and all of this and that previously. And now they're having issues. They're having problems because they don't even have enough debt to keep acting like that, which is strange and weird and crazy, because they kept their stuff so on the low that when the modern ones found out how much the fake Asian church had, they was ready to hand everything over to them anyway. They kept their stuff, they didn't tell anybody how much they had, which was really nothing, because it's debt, it's an enactment. But today, all of the actors are doing what we call poor mouthing. They have a lot of poorness in comparison to what they used to have in their enactment. The fiat was flowing freely before, and now it's not. So, and then Empress Shasha, you stated something about limos and things of that nature, limousines, and about the cars and the houses and things of that. You said that the real inheritance is the nationality, which is the 100% truth. Could not have stated that better myself. Before the limos even come, before any of that stuff came to any of us, because it's here already. But before it came, the minds had to be ready for it.
Exactly.
Or else people will be thrown off by that. They'll be thinking that the conveyance is the end-all, be-all because they have a really nice automobile. When there's so much more, you'll miss all the big, great, amazing things.
Exactly. Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to do that. Yes, we love the automobiles. Listen, even when you look at quote-unquote actors acting as Shriners who were wearing fake fezzes with all capital letters on them, the pale ones, the pale-faced ones, in their parades, they always had cars. They always had cars with capital letters on the side of them. Even in many cases, those supposed grown men would be riding around in miniature cars because they know more with their fezzes on in their enactment because they know more. We invented the Cadillac, the automobile. We invented that. All of them. There's not a single automobile that we didn't do first. Jaguars, Mercedes, all of that. Particularly the quote-unquote German cars. We did all of that first. And you will see the words in capitis minutio minima and a lot of times in cursive on the vehicle, on the automobiles. So they know our ancestors know we love a sharp automobile. They know that. And we will have them. Our mind has to be right about them first. You know, we, even today, you know, some of us still have the nice automobiles and things, but we also know that everything has to be properly stated, or else don't think you're going to just enjoy. No, you won't enjoy it as much if it's not properly stated. It has to be properly stated. And like I told the ancestors before, y'all don't have to put me under a bridge with nothing for me to do the right thing. Because, you know, like if you've ever attended any of those 12-step programs, whether it be Shoppers Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, there are so many, Eaters Anonymous and all of that, Weight Loss Anonymous, it doesn't matter. There was a 12-step program for everything. No matter what, they would talk about you having a bottom where if you reach the bottom, that whatever happens down at the bottom is what would cause you to finally change and say, okay, I'm not gonna shop that much anymore. I'm not gonna shop like that because it's causing problems. Or Gamblers Anonymous or whatever. Any of those 12-step programs, you know, everyone had to reach a bottom before they would say, okay, enough. I've had enough pain. Now I'm going to work my way back up, you know. Same way with nationality. Some people are going to have to, you know, they're going to have to go through what Empress Shasha, the tests that we've been through, Empress Cynthia, Empress Shasha, all of us, they're going to have to go through more than that, some of them, in order for them to wake themselves up. I do not will to see anyone that I know go through any worse than what any of I won't say worse, I'll say any of the harsh tests that we've been through. I do not will that anyone that I know go through those things. I will that they all wake up gently
I do.
and nicely, but I know the sovereign.
Hard-headed.
Hard-headed and hard behind.
You know.
So it's like, okay, well, we're going to love them back to, because but again, suffering was always a choice. It's a choice. We chose to sleep. We chose to awaken. We chose to kick the doors in on a lot of this stuff. Choices. So again, as our wealth is manifesting, no one will be able to say, oh, she just got that because so and so and so and so. They won't be able to say that, will they, in Financialle?
Absolutely not. Let me tell you.
And it's not even going to bother us that they say it. If they say it, it's not even going to bother us because we know our story. Just like in the previous era, they would say when you look at somebody, you never know what they've been through to get where they are. Okay, that's real. That's real. And this Congress knows that. And yes, he was right, Justice Johnny. He was right.
He was.
He said slavery was a choice. After 400 years, so he said that, and that's their enactment for those who were slaves. We were never really slaves. We just acted as if we were.
We couldn't be slaves actually because that's an identity.
Of course.
So, and
any more than we could be U.S. citizens.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, and I will say this too. This Congress, those that have been tested and you still have your turbans and fez on, ooh, you got the blessings coming, because there are some who took off their turbans and fez and went back to talking about blackity black because they couldn't take the testing. And that's not an ego statement or anything. That's what we see.
It's the truth, and I might, for one, there was absolutely no way. There was no way I was willingly going to go back to where I had come from. Now that I know, go ahead, do what you're doing. You get what I'm saying? So yeah, no, that's stand or not, and that's it. I was standing, and mark my words, as you most well know, I've been through some.
Yeah. And the thing is, we even chose what we were going to go through because we knew we could take it.
That's the piece.
We knew we could take it. You
really don't know how strong you are until you're really faced with that test. You don't know. Mm-hmm. And then when you walk through and okay, no one can ever take that from me.
And there are some who are choosing to avoid the testing piece.
And you can't.
I've spoken to some of those.
They are, but you can't.
You can't.
Can't.
Because even those who said that have already called forth their own testing. We see it already.
Yeah.
And they may have avoided the only test that I've ever heard more say, I don't want to do that test, is jail. The ones that we've done two times.
Yeah.
We've done it twice.
Twice, yeah.
You know, and just, it became court for us.
And it did. I was sharing the story of one time where I was, removed from I am the court no matter where I am. Yeah. But I was holding my court in an fictional enactment, and I emptied the room.
Of course. Like any other tornado would.
Yeah. And I was sharing at that point how I stood there, and I was in the enactment in cuffs, but everyone had blown away, literally moved, except for the poor people who were waiting for their turn to come. But I was sharing that story, and I had more testing to do, because I at that point did not overstand that. I just absolutely willed to state it's make the judgment and go. Of course, I'd have been skipping with cuffs on, but it's just that I can find the humor in it, and the test and the levels.
Yeah.
Because it was levels. And I can look at that. No, I wouldn't will to do that again, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone. But if I were faced again, I'll know more and still stand. So, but I've commanded, that's over. That piece is finished. That piece is done and moved aside. But yeah, it was part and parcel of my journey.
Yeah.
Home to me.
You stand. That to me is just, you stand. That's because Empress Shasha, the one or two or three or four who, it's not that many that don't stand after that, but the two or three who were very outspoken before, and who the testing got to be too much for them, and they took off their turban and fez and started talking about blacks and this and that. You don't hear from them after a while.
Yeah.
So our will is that they yes, take the time they need away from it, even though, and some of them made declarations, I'm not with the Moors anymore, and all of that. We will that they have to come back, because the system is not made for you to wake up and then go back to sleep and just be comfortable. You're not going to be comfortable.
You see, when you've seen, you can't unsee. You cannot unsee.
You can't.
And so, in fact, you're just magnifying the testing that you didn't finish, and you fell back. You made a choice. You didn't fall back. You made a choice.
Empress, we have to speak. I'm going to speak that it won't be too hard for them.
No,
because I just don't will that it be too hard for them. And I know what you mean, Empress. We know your intention is great.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking about the difficulty of that for them. For them.
But you know what? It will be their test.
Yeah.
And so, just like all of our tests were different, even in the fact that many were jail enactment or demonstrations, they will be different because they are different. But if we are, in our choices, we are hoeing our road.
Yeah.
So, in the end, at the beginning and the end, we determine the test.
We do.
We determine the test, because the test, because when the test presents itself, the choice for each of us is how we handle the test. What moves do we make or not make? That's the test. And nobody else can take that test. Nobody can pass it or fail it or move in it for us. I didn't even know there was such a thing as a test when I declared my nationality. I figured I would declare my nationality. Here I am. I'm moving forward, and I have lots to study, but I had no idea.
Well, I didn't know it was going to be that. I didn't know it was going to be, having court in places like that. I didn't know that.
I didn't even know tests. My first test was a family member showed up on my doorstep, and that was, there were so many, but hello, I'm here.
Yeah. And our ancestors knew what they were doing through all of us.
Yes.
They knew what they were doing when they tested us.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and they also knew that at some point they were going to begin to tribute natural resources through us, and that we couldn't be afraid.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I was meeting with one of the governments, another one of the Moorish governments recently, and when they came here, they were surprised to see things be exactly the way that we are here with the Congress is the way that we are all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that surprised them, that they thought that there was going to be something different going on here.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, I don't know what you were expecting, but here we are. We just are who we are, because our ancestors they are experiencing this dimension through us.
Yeah.
And here's what we will that they absolutely enjoy this dimension through us too, and the wealth that comes with it and the abundance that comes with it. That is where the desire to expand and to travel and to be wealthy and to enjoy, that's where it comes from. It comes from our ancestors living through us, through our heart chakras and through our other chakras as well. When we speak, it's really our ancient ancestral energy speaking through us. Islam, Empress.
Pardon me for breaking your stride, but I have a moment that I can speak between the fans so you can hear me. But I want to chime in on what you and Empress Shasha were just saying about those who are coming. And I feel that those people are very fortunate.
Yes.
Because I was there at the beginning when we were trying to put it all together and figure out how we were going to get this done.
Yes.
So I've been there from the beginning of this process, and I saw what's developed. They are so fortunate. We've carved the road for them.
Yeah.
And it's all out there at their own time on the internet. They can go at their own pace, and everything's there that they need. I think they're very fortunate, and I feel so proud that I've been, part of that force to make sure that our families and the world get the needs they need, and we can live a good life here here in Midgard.
Yeah. Ooh, Empress, that's so powerful, because you know what? This work, we're grateful that our ancestors paved the way for us to pave the way for them. See, it's generational. We're paving the way for those that come after us because our ancestors paved the way for us to come and do this and not be destroyed in the process, but to prosper. And that, yes, all must obey the words, the law. Our ancestors cleared the way for that. And they said, when our posterity comes and they start governing, every energy better do exactly what they say. Our ancestors did that, knowing we were coming and knowing we were going to stand and govern. You know what? Those natural resources that they are giving us access to now, so that we contribute them to everyone, our posterity are going to be the brilliant, bright posterity to improve and tribute further what we're already doing. That's generational wealth. That's generational wealth. People can talk about the stock market all day long, but if somebody capitalizes and run with that and then tell you your paper ain't real, their paper is real, blah, 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 which has never happened. That'll never happen again. But that was the enactment. It has to be something that's more real than paper. Yes, documents are a huge part of what we do because they're ships. They lay the foundation for the movement. Land movement first. But then there has to be something real coming after that. There has to be something that you can touch and taste and feel and see and experience. There has to be. It can't just be digital something in an ether where if you shut off the computer, it doesn't exist anymore. Bitcoin. And here's the thing. People can say, well, you know, your YouTube channel, it might not exist either. I'm still here. And everything that we all have done is the law. So we're here. We exist. We're real. And we're all saying the same thing. So no matter what territory you go to, you're going to hear the same thing. And they'll say, well, how much do I have to pay for that? Do you have the right money? Have you proclaimed who you are? Have you placed a lien on any fraudulent things? Well, what's that? I'm glad you asked. And they'll hear that at every territory. Every territory. We can tell people at every territory how to declare their nationality and how to prosper after that. And the more we get to tributing, both at our territories and by mailings and parcels, the easier and more abundant, and we'll never worry about where we're going to get food and things of that nature, because that was one of the main issues too when we first nationalized, and we were discussing with others, okay, we're Moors, what does this mean? And the main thing we heard was, well, can I go to the grocery store with that? Well, hold on. How about this? How about we start tributing to one another what we have at our territory, and as we see that and see what else is blooming at the territories and who has what skill set and all of that, then we're not going to have to, that's not going to be an issue. It's not an issue now, really, if we know how to go onto the land and pull from the land. It's not an issue. But the ancestors, I'm so grateful for them, are giving us the opportunity to have an organized way to govern the estate. I'm grateful for that. So they're saying just keep going, keep doing what you're doing. They have some other things that if I may ask you all to just send us some courage energy. And you might say, like, you don't need no courage, but just send us some courage energy for the next few things it's not even a demonstration, it's who we are. These things have to be done. You know, we know they have to be done. We're excited to do them, to manifest us more. Our ancestors know what they're doing. So just send us a little energy there, a little courage energy for us to do the things that they will that we do. Islam nobility.
You already know what I'm going to say. Hey, I got so much cash over here. You can get as much as you want.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Hey, I tell everybody that too, even in my videos. I say I got more cash to encourage, motivate, and protect everybody.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, nobility. I receive it.
That's right.
I receive it. I receive it. Our ancestors have so much for us. And y'all know we have to go to the next level. You know what the next level is. It's further manifestation of who we are. That's unavoidable. Because again, we have an eternal covenant, an eternal wealth covenant, and an eternal abundance covenant, an eternal manifestation. From generation to generation to generation to generation, and then some. And then all. Now, let me say this too about our wealth. Our wealth is about the restoration, that's one. The preservation, that's two. And the expansion, that's three, of our ancient imperial landmarks for the erudition and enjoyment by all people. That is the purpose of our wealth. That's why our ancestors have given us so much. It's for the restoration, the preservation, and the expansion of our ancient imperial landmarks for the erudition and enjoyment by all people. You might want to write that down, because I had to write it down. I had to put it in my little notes here. You know, we have to know what our wealth is for. So that is all that we have for this particular Congress. We purposefully moved away from having a lot of notes to show on the screen for this Congress. And we just will to speak from our hearts. We made some notes here and spoke them from our hearts. We had some other things to show from the previous. We'll get to those at another Congress. Islam, Empress Cynthia, and I believe Justice Ogunwale.
Yes, Islam. I just wanted to share. In my latest research, I'm on Cornell University. It took me a while to figure out what was going on, but they've changed the language from real estate to real property. I just wanted to put that on the record.
Empress, what does that mean for you?
Well, the Moors are the estate. So, what does that make that corporation? It's not real. So they're not an estate. Even they're not real property either, but they can no longer make the claim of estate because we've claimed it. Islam. That's what it means for me.
Islam. 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 And in conclusion of this Congress, just Logan Wale, did you have something? Or is that Chief Mosey?
No, this is Chief Mosey back.
Islam, Chief Mosey.
Islam, greeting all Moors. I have a quick update from the round table that I need to advise the Congress of.
Mm-hmm.
The last round table meeting we had was about treason and about a writ of discovery. But it came to my attention by way of several Congress members that received a notice I received notice from a couple Congress members that they received a email from Justice Johnny while we were on congressional meeting last Sunday. And one of the empresses was a little offended and upset about the email she received from Johnny, which was alluding to the banking demonstration that he brought to the Congress.
Mm-hmm.
In it, he was asking for 7,500 fiat to be a member of the banking membership that he did. And she sent me a couple of documents that showed that it was a LLC in Johnny's name, and he gave it a pseudonym, which me and the Congress members went over, was a fictitious name by an author, but the pseudonym name he gave was the Moorish Federal Republic government.
Okay, let me just ask you, nobility. Let me just ask you: are you sure that the email came from Justice Johnny?
From my understanding, it came from Justice Johnny. It was a couple members that have got the email.
And did it say? You said that it said something about a $7,500 fee or something. You said.
Islam Empress, may I please speak?
Yes, nobility. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is a Rahman Sharaki Bey. I received the same two documents, and it was what Johnny had showed us before when he was on maybe a month or so ago. One was copyright, and he did claim that it was a fictitious name that he copyrighted, and he is asking for a $7,500 membership fee.
Okay.
And he took liberties on other people.
You can stop there. You can stop there. So let me just say this to this Congress. So I don't know. I have not seen the email. Even if it was sent to me, which I don't know that it was, I still haven't seen it because I have not checked my emails from that capacity. But let me say this about anything that has to do with anything like that. And until we hear from Justice Johnny specifically, I'm just going to assume that, it doesn't matter whether it came from him or not. This Congress specifically, this round table also, just know that your tests that come to you particularly like that. You know, if a test comes and it doesn't matter who it is, and someone says that they either want you to pay fiat or they want to give you fiat. Those tests, they come because you stand. They come because they know you're not going to do it. They come because everyone knows right now that we've already crossed over. And they just, you know, the fiat piece, the fakery of that, they just want to pull you back into contracting about fiat. And I'm not saying Justice Johnny, because I don't know whether he sent it or not. I don't know. But what I do know is that anything that has to do with fiat tests and things like that, this Congress knows better. And why would it come now? Why would it come now? Because everyone knows the fiat is dead, and that our manifestation of our wealth is already manifested. Our dollarium is already manifested. Our gold and silver is already manifested. So now there's someone here, Justice Johnny, if you will, to *6 and just affirm whether you sent the email or not. But even what's in the chat, I don't know if that's real unless I hear his voice. No. Hold on, Justice Johnny. I was asking about Justice Johnny. Justice Reed.
That's why I said address him. Yeah, like you're doing.
Yeah, I would have to hear his voice to see if that's him or not.
Yes.
Because we still don't know.
Absolutely. Exactly.
What we do know is that fakes do try to come in and pretend like they're the Bays and the L's. We know that.
All the time.
So listen, what's not going to happen is us crucify one another over some stuff. Okay? We're not going to crucify one another, even if whoever it is, Justice Johnny, is that you? Because let me just see. If you'll speak, Islam. Okay. It's unmuted, but whoever it is not speaking. Islam. I hear something. Islam. Okay. I don't know whether that's Justice Johnny or not. But here's the thing. This Congress, number one, we love our Justice Johnny. We love him. So we're not here to crucify anybody. We do know that no fiat is going back and forth with this Congress, because that's not how we do things. We know that. We know that no one's going to pull up 7,500 in fiat or whatever the case may be. Whatever we don't deal in fiat. No matter who's bringing it forth, we don't deal in it. Those kind of tests wouldn't be coming if we hadn't crossed over already. And I don't know why we can't hear whoever that is. If it's Justice Johnny, I don't know why we can't hear you. I don't know why, because the line was open. But I'll continue until you can get through. You may want to go out and come back in if you want to do that. But here's what's not going to happen. Even if it was him and he sent that, asking for 7,500 in fiat. Number one, we're not gonna crucify him. We're not gonna do that, because guess what? He's not our leader. We each lead ourselves. And if someone comes to you like that, it doesn't make any sense to beat them up. Just don't do it. You don't even have to judge them, because guess what? every demonstration or offer or anything like that that comes is going to be tested by the matrix. We don't even have to test it. All we have to do is be ourselves, say no, decline, keep moving. We don't have to beat him up.
Islam?
You know why we don't have to beat him up? Because the testing is going to do what it has to do anyway. And those of us who've been tested, we already know we don't need no outside help with beating nobody up. We know that. We know what testing does. We don't have to judge him like that. But we do have to say, no, we're not doing that, because we don't deal in fiat. We do have to do that. We do have to stand and be ourselves. Even what if he was offering you all $7,500 in fiat? Would you be judging him so harshly then? What if he was saying, I'll give you $7,500 then in fiat? Would you be so harsh on him? So we love him. We decline the fiat piece. And here's the thing, even with the fiat piece, look at what he did, because there may be something we can restate in there. Just give it a look for those who feel led to do so. Because there's probably going to be a little something in there. Listen, we can learn if we can learn from the hybrids, from the modern ones, and then restate what they say, because we know it's not real, then we can do the same thing with anything else that comes with a fiat tag on it. We know we're not going to pay the fiat. And if you're like me, you don't even have it to pay. People know not to even come to me with a fiat thing, because where we going to get it from when we got all this real wealth here?
Islam.
Yes. I got the email as well. It wasn't that he was asking for it. He said that there was a transaction that was made, and land was done as exchange, and it was some fiat, but it was mostly moorishe DeLorean that was exchanged for the property. And so he was just giving a testimony in his email. That's really what it was. I just wanted to clarify, because he was trying to speak, and I went through and I just read the email in detail, and I saw what he wrote. And so it was him expressing the transactions through the bank he established, the brick and mortar, whatever he'd established, that it was a successful transaction. That's all he stated. And it was his desire for the moorishe DeLorean, and that was the majority of the exchange for the exchange for the property. Islam.
And that's why we don't beat people up and jump on them and beat them down.
It's Islam.
Because it could easily be a misunderstanding or there may be an explanation, or they just may not know that we're serious about our own money.
Islam.
Not that big a deal. Islam. We're not going to lose our salvation over it.
Islam.
Justice Mosley?
Yes, I'm trying to speak.
Yes, go ahead.
It wasn't that we jumped on. Nobody jumped on.
We're not saying you did. We're saying we're not going to do that. That's what we were saying. We're not going to do
that. And the whole thing of what she just read, I don't know nothing about what she read. All I know is what was sent to me. And when I looked at what I looked at, that was the price to become a member.
Okay, so what date and time did the email that you're referring to come? What date and time did that one come?
I will have to look at it.
Okay, because that will tell you and Empress Angel, if your email came at exactly the same time, then it's probably the same email, just with a different interpretation of it. Or you might have received two different emails. We don't know. That's why I say, and Justice Johnny, we know that that you're having a hard time communicating right now because something's going on with the mute button and what you're using. I was about to say, he said in the email, he said he sent the same email to me. Again, I have not seen it because I'm, if I try to read every email that came to me, you all wouldn't even see me on Sunday. I have 3 emails, and they're all, we're constantly getting emails from everywhere. So, one thing we vowed that we were not going to do, we promised ourselves and our ancestors that we weren't going to do, is burn ourselves out by trying to do too much. So we don't read every email that comes in.
Yeah. And not to cut off, Empress, I agree with you 100%. Mm-hmm. What my thing is this: there will be no dividing the Moors. So, with that notion, it won't be none of that.
You said no fighting?
No dividing.
Oh, dividing. Yes, indeed. We affirm that. There's no division among us.
No division, no dividing.
Yeah.
So, I don't know why Johnny isn't able to speak, or I don't know, but I know it will not be no dividing amongst the Moors, not at the round table, not on my watch, and the actions that I looked at was not only intentional, if it was Johnny. And I'm saying I reached out to Johnny, didn't get a response, but at the end of the day, I'm just going to leave it at that. There will be no dividing amongst the family, period. Not on my watch. Islam.
Chief Justice Mosey, I'm just so grateful for you because you're coordinating the round table, and I'm not sure who the Empress was that was offended, but I'm hoping that she does not allow her energy and her peace to be shaken over an email. I'm hoping that she does not allow that. Justice Johnny, we are not blocking you from speaking. I don't know. I think that it has to do with the energy, because as we've stated so many times in the past, if our energy is way up here, then it affects the communication devices sometimes because they're wireless, many of them. Chief Justice Johnny, if you'll take a few deep breaths, make sure that your spirit is calm, and then open because I know you're anxious to speak. And sometimes if you just take a few deep breaths and be sure that you're calm, your device will yield to your energy. Chief Justice Johnny, and again, we will to hear from you because we know you stated that there's been a misunderstanding about the email, and just know that we're not moved. Our peace is not destroyed. We're doing just fine. Everyone is fine. Why? Because Mars, we already know we're not going anywhere. We're here on our own land. We don't use fiat and whatever. Okay, and not all of us don't use fiat. Some still use fiat, but we're moving away from it because there's a deprivation situation with the fiat. So we're not going to stay on deprivation on our own land. So, and Justice Johnny, I know your intentions were good. I've spoken to Justice Johnny, and from what we have absorbed from his energy, his intention is good. Justice Johnny, we welcome what you're bringing to the table. So just feel free to explain it when you can. When you can speak, go ahead and do so. Your microphone is open right now, so you can speak from from the electronics perspective and from the platform perspective. We welcome you to speak, but for some reason, I don't know why we can't hear you.
So, can you open the call for Noble Atiba, please? He'd like to get in.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, Morris, this was a test for us. Justice Johnny, I'm so grateful for him because he's bringing some things to the table that is testing some of the Congress. Don't let your peace and energy be destroyed over or moved over, things and issues. This is not a church. It's not a church. This is the Congress. This is the Senate. Okay, so I'll just read what Justice Johnny put in the chat. He said that he'll just use the chat to state that, he says it wasn't his intention to defraud, to deceive, or to be contrary. And we know that your intentions are honorable. So let's move forward. He says in the chat, greetings, I would like to provide an update to the demonstration of, I don't know what MGBDIB, I don't know what that means, banking solutions. It's apparently it's an acronym. There is much to share, so I will maybe at an appointed time like to share in detail what he believes is monumental and flowing with the truth that we give to Congress, that we are all delivering to Congress. It says 3 beneficiaries sold their interest in real property to a Georgia benefit entity named in honor and purpose after their mother. And then I believe MGBDIB is his banking demonstration, appropriated 700,000 gold dollarium to the Annie F. Jenkins Foundation. Bank of America would not provide funding to the entity, which only his bank could, and in fact did. And Justice Johnny, are we to know that your bank only deals in gold receipts in more sovereign dollarium and not fiat? Is that correct with your bank? And I'll just wait for his response as I read further in the chat. He said, now the beneficiaries have an amount of gold dollarium as well as the fiat on the books. The demonstration of our burn program, fiat conversion to the value of the gold-backed dollarium, has officially manifested. The real estate transaction is officially on the books in the real estate division recorded in the Georgia County Superior Court territory. He says, I am not sure if this is the first real estate transaction completed with gold dollarium only in these modern times and completed as the transition of wealth is complete. I am certain that it isn't in our territory, in our history and our existence. He says, I know there are some who are not pleased or agree with the offer or the enactment, having received several emails of dissent. Notwithstanding, I do embrace whatever part is considered an error can be fixed. Nevertheless, this is what the ancestors have given me, and this is what I'm committed to. Johnny Jenkins Bay. Those things that are out of step can be restated or corrected. And Justice Johnny, that's how science is done. Is we do the demonstration, we do the laboratory work, and then any of the findings that come back and can be fixed in order to purify the demonstration, to keep it pure, because the demonstration started in truth. It started with dollarium. Okay. So, Justice Johnny, we would love to hear your voice on that, on that particular demonstration, because we know there's some answers in what you did. That is how science is done. We can't be afraid to do the science. but we must be truthful when we do it. Oh, yes. It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time. We already got it. Justice Johnny, I'm going to take a look at the email myself. When did you send the email? Because we get so many emails. And let's see.
Islam Empress. He just literally copied and pasted the email and put it in the chat. So that's
can you hear Islam?
We can hear you. Is that Justice Johnny? We can hear you.
Okay, so all this time, the computer was muted. So I can see that my mic was open, but I called my son and he came in and saw it right away. Okay.
Great. Great.
Okay, so can I say, when I first received what I characterize as downloads concerning the gold back dollarium, those notes I want to say are celebratory in that the national note, which is a note that anybody can use, is celebrating the Honorable Prophet Noble Ali.
Yeah.
His image is on there, and I'm not saying that I received something that no other more has not received or has been.
You don't have to explain that, Justice Johnny.
Okay, so well, some may have to hear that, but nevertheless, I followed everything that I received in the download, and I want to say those things as it pertains to the law and those things that is the foundation of who we are and what we're doing, what the Congress is doing. I'm still learning. So anything that I did that was out of step or what I would classify as an error can be corrected. Even you said that you can restate. So when I initially got it, I sent it to you. I sent it to Empress Angel Bay, and I sent it to Noble Yatu Bay, who was a friend of mine.
Okay.
He's actually the one who introduced me to this wonderful thing we know as the Moorish community.
It's the Moorish Congress, the Moorish government.
Right. So I initially sent it to you three because so that if something happened to me, God forbid, I had already made the transfer to you. And maybe at some point in time you would eventually get to see it because I'm mindful that you
take a look at it, Justice Johnny.
Okay, so I want to explain that.
Well, the reason why we don't look at it right away is because we already know that the Moors must do their own work first. Then we can talk about it. We're happy to look at it. it. But when you're demonstrating, Moors are sovereign. We can't even tell you what to do about your demonstration. You have to actually do it. And one thing I congratulate you for is the nerve to go ahead and do it. We love that. Go ahead, Nobility. I yield.
So I do want to share this. So the notes, the national note, and this is something like I'm receiving it about the same time anyone else that's connected to the ancestors is receiving it. So, as you know, you can receive something initially, but there are other things to follow. So when that was downloaded, the next thing that I received was to look at the picture where you see Prophet Noble Drew Ali, and there's an event, October 15th through the 21st, October 15, 1928, I believe. Yeah. And so then I was given to take each note, starting with 01, 10/15, 1928 as the root of all the notes, on down to 01, 02, 03, all the way up to quadrillion. That's 40, and I have to say this not to be disrespectful to the Moors, but what the fakers had done over in the last era, 40 million times 100 million is 4 quadrillion, okay? All the notes from 15, 16, the date, 15, 16, 10, 17, 10, 18, 10, 19, 10, 20, 10, 21, and starting over as the notes increase, were given to me to do. When I was younger, I used to say, so God gave Noah all of the measurements or some things I just questioned. Well, the ancestors gave me the detail to do that. I did not try to come up with it. I did not usher it in. That's the way it came. That's the national note. The personal note is as a check or a note. It is a personal note, and only the Moors use the personal note. So if I'm doing business with you, I use my personal note, which I chose to have my face on it, all the way from $1 all the way up to any note that we have in the bank. Now, when so later on, other things came. Mm-hmm. Now, what they're referring to as the $7,500 fiat is in regard to our burn program. I am a Moorish American. And
what's the burn program?
The burn program is we're not burning fiat in the fire. We are in a kind of unique situation where we still have to deal with a jurisdiction that believe that they are in charge. For example,
no, you don't.
Well, okay, I'm going to just explain.
It's a choice.
Bring me
It's a choice.
Bring me the charge because it's about to go out. Last year, taxes were due for one of the properties, $2,200. I sent them gold $1. I attempted to pay twice, or to settle. I don't want to say pay, to settle with them twice. I got a choice. Allow them to take me through a process where I'm going to lose the property. No. I burned the fiat. Anything I do with the fiat, I'm going to use to advance what has been given for me to do. And there are a lot of Moors that are listening to me. You are still using fiat, and some of you that are and I get it. You're still using fiat, and to move like you're not is just not right. You have because if I'm able to command the language and do everything right, but I pretend like I'm not using something that we don't want to use. I don't want to use fiat, but I'm going to use it, and I'm going to do it with the demonstration is to burn it in the program, i.e. we need printers to print our money. We need cutters to cut the money. Whatever we need. We need the briefcases for our people who do come in so that the initial notes that they get will go in a briefcase, like what's in your briefcase, not your wallet. You feel what I'm saying? So there are things that has been given to me to implement that may sound and seem a way contrary to what has been established with this court and our community. But my intentions is only to follow after what the ancestors given me. And as I learn to make the adjustment, I attempted to restate the copyright, and it can be restated again. So that will reflect the language and the purpose, because only thing I did in this so-called jurisdiction is to protect those notes. It is a copyright for notes or currency, if you will. I sent it to you first. You were the first, and Angel Light, like I said, Angel, Empress Angel, and Yatube, Noble Yatube. So the thing is, I need to be able to explain the processes that's been given to me. And what I said today, listen, I'm Johnny Jenkins Bay, but on the books, a bond has been attached to Johnny C. Jenkins Jr., the straw man. He is dead. He is dead. And he only exists in their world. But in the world that I live in, I manage that. I have siblings, so when my mom passed away, I was given to create a foundation. I did that. And shortly after that, the bank download came.
Yeah.
And so everything that's been given to me, it's not for me, it's for my people, for my family. My family is asleep. And a lot of us are asleep doing things that we are not aware of, that is against who we are. And even those who are awakened, are still kind of literally dealing with what is in this jurisdiction or so-called jurisdiction. That's a reality. So, yeah, I did not pay the property insurance. I settled the property insurance through the burn program using fiat. And any fiat that I give, I burn it in the burn program, in that furnace, so that anything that, so this merchant over here, he doesn't use gold delirium. This merchant over here doesn't use gold delirium. But they do use fiat. And I'll burn that fiat to get whatever tools, whatever resources that we need to manifest what has been given to me by the ancestors. So I want to say that when I emailed it to you, my focus was to make sure that you got it and someone else got it. So the ancestors gave it to me. They're going to connect to others in some kind of way, short of me sending that email. So when the folks see the email, they see in the email that I created at the inception or the reception of what was given to me by through the downloads.
Okay.
So I'm still learning. I've learned a lot sitting in this Congress in the last year and a half. And participating, and there have been times where I felt a certain way, but like you said today, no matter what happens, we cannot move in unforgiveness or whatever energy that is that does not benefit us in moving forward.
Right.
And so I'm committed to that. So I know that I'm so pumped because I've been having to battle people that I love just for them to see. It's like Harriet Tubman in the movie when she had finally convinced her family to come with her so that they can be free. And and the father or the brother said, I'm going to go back. She said, I'll shoot you to be free. And not fight for them to be free, but I understand it. You can be physically free and still in bondage, still in captivity in your mind, in the way that you think and the way that you move. I am free. That's something that I always wanted, being on this planet 67 years, is to experience what it means to be free. And that is not being on a mansion or being on the beach. I'm talking about spiritually, mentally, psychologically, in every way free, to move in the confidence. Though there may be imminent threat, I'm not moved by it. Okay, I'm going to deliver what has been given to me. I'm going to transfer that, and the ones who understand more than I do and understand what the rules and the guidelines are, they can perfect it. They can, and I sent all the notes, and this is interesting because there are people that will receive something and they will pretend like it belongs to them, and they will move like that, and they will protect it in a way where they ain't going to share it with nobody. They ain't going to send an email or anything. I'm going to be upfront and straightforward. I use fiat, but I don't use it in the way that someone might be offended. I'm not going to pretend like I don't use it. I'd rather be straight up and let it be known. See, because listen, if you're using fiat and you're paying bills, which we're not supposed to be paying bills, but if you are paying bills or settling debts, so-called debts, and you're using fiat, it's how you think about it. We lend our imagination to this system and to its money. And the only thing they did was, like Kanye said, we agreed to it and ended up in a trick bag in their mind. But we've always been free. It's only a thought away. And so we lend our imagination. Listen, 40 million so-called African Americans looking for reparations. MGB DIP is a reparations bank. This is what was given to me by the ancestors. It's the first, as far as I know, a true, based on those things that were ushered in by Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the cornerstone of what we represent. The first reparations. They can't give us what they don't have. They were never going to give us reparations because they don't got it.
Correct.
So when you see President Trump and all these actors behaving like they're behaving, they're not going to come out and tell the American people the truth because They can't be set free like us. It's the truth that makes us free. And we got to flow in that, no matter what it is, no matter how it may seem to be wrong. And so I'm not, you know, I'm 2 months in, $23,000 dollars. I'm in the property. I'm going to restore the property, and the property is going to be committed to single moms first, single moms with children, temporary space to house them on the land until they can do better. And we're going to seek to establish permanent housing for single fathers with children. We're in the real estate by whatever name, real property, real estate, call it whatever you want. We're in the business of building and expanding on our land. So it's not complicated. There's no intentions. There's nothing about defrauding or anything like that. We've been down here on the land blessing people, Uber drivers, different people that not just in the business, taking care of the business of Annie F. Jenkins Foundation, Inc., but blessing people, burning the fiat. Uber driver, 50 here. Uber driver, 65 here.
Okay, so let me just first let me tell you that I honor your enthusiasm about, number one, about Delarium, our gold receipt, and number two, about assisting others. We honor that, just so that you're aware, okay? Now, the fiat burn piece, and again, we're just going to speak according to what the Spirit gives us about that. There will come a time when a tax bill like the one that you paid, it's going to come, and it's going to be far more than you have in fiat. There will come a time.
Great. They don't look at the people and say, hey, we need to do a discount. The bread will be $10, $15. You have to go to the bank and try to get a loan to pay for some of the stuff. Yeah, I agree with you.
Okay.
It's only going to get higher.
So from our perspective, that is not an enactment that we agree with.
Excuse me. What you just said is what it is. It's going to burn out. It doesn't matter how big.
Our question to you is, when the tax bill gets to be $1 million for a small domicile or a small foundation,
they'll be ready to receive my dollars.
Yeah. You have to be ready, not them, because they already know who we are. And so that's the issue with the fiat.
Is alive.
Well, let me say this real quick. I don't mean in the way that they're going to be ready to receive it to pay the bill. This is part of the demonstration of we're the new FEMA, we're the new whatever name you come up with to take care of humanity. Because by the time that could even come into fruition, a bill that large, another manifestation would have taken place.
Talking wasted life.
Right.
Wasting your life on this bullshit.
Okay.
These for the sake of humanity. It's just like, I'm going to share this. The story
You're wasting your fucking.
Joseph was put in a place where he had the keys to the storehouse. And at my mom's funeral, this is what God gave me. I did not give Joseph the key to the storehouse to feed his ego, but to feed my people. But guess who was present? His brothers who had threw him in the pit. His brothers who had contemplated murdering him. That's why forgiveness is important.
Let me stop you there. Let me stop you there, because the principle of the question was not necessarily addressed. But I just will that you see that some of us were not at a lack for fiat. Some of us were not at a lack for that, okay? But that's not the point. The point is not that we can afford to pay a fiat bill. That's not the point. The point is Whether it's $25 or whether it's $25 million in fiat, it's not real. That's the point. So whether you can afford to pay it or not is not the basis to demonstrate who you really are. Because, see, that's where some Moors get mixed up. They feel like if it's something that they can pay with $5 in fiat, okay, I'll pay that little stoplight ticket for this $5. I'll pay this one because I can, quote unquote, afford to pay it. But then if they say you go to jail or you pay $100 million in bail to get out, then all of a sudden people want to come up with writs and affidavits. Okay, no, we demonstrate and we're ourselves regardless. That's the point that we're making. That's the point. Because, see, here's what we do not will to be. We do not will to be destitute before we demonstrate who we are. We don't have to be destitute to be ourselves. We can be ourselves right where we are today. And that's the point of all of this. We honor your enthusiasm, Justice Johnny. We honor it at some point, because at some point you're going to have to not use the fiat because it won't even be there for you to use. And see, it's better to go ahead and demonstrate now before that time comes, so that when that time comes, you won't be worried. Go ahead and demonstrate who you are while you have that little, what some might call a little fiat cushion, which is not. It's just we must be ourselves. That's the ancestors being, giving us a little time. But we must use our time wisely. We know Moors that have millions in fiat. We know that, but they know that the stuff ain't going to be here. So they've decided to go ahead and demonstrate who they are right now. Whether if a camera light ticket for $5 come in, they're going to demonstrate who they are before any fiat is exchanged. They're going to be themselves. That's the point. Because, see, our ancestors, a lot of Moors demonstrate because they don't have the fiat. A lot of Moors do that. And that's what we should be doing. That's what we should be doing. That's the right thing to do. Some don't have to wait until they just don't have anything to eat at all. They're under a bridge. They don't have any place to go. Some don't have to wait till they get there, Justice Johnny, and you don't want to wait till you get there before you demonstrate who you are. You don't want the fiat to just be all, because it's not helping you now. Even the people that you say you're helping, and this is for everyone. If we think we're helping people by giving them fiat, we're not helping them. We're not helping people by giving them fiat. That's what I'm saying.
Islam Empress. What people are not aware of is that every time we spend $1, it increases the national debt and it puts us in personal debt. So it's not doing us any justice at all to use that fiat.
And it's not putting us in personal debt, but somebody thinks they owe some debt.
When we come in agreement with it, that's what we're doing to ourselves. Whenever we come into agreement with it,
you're right about that, Empress. I got to give you that one. You're right about that. Because if we pay it, then we're accepting all the other debt.
Exactly.
You're right about that, Empress.
We have to avoid it as much as possible. At the end of the day, it's our survival and our freedom.
Yes.
So we have to do what we have to do, but the bottom line is that we need to avoid it at all costs.
Avoid it at all, like the plague, because it is a plague.
Yes, it is.
Islam
Justice.
Rahman Sharaki Bey. Congress, I have listened to the debate, but Johnny keeps stating what the ancestors gave him. He keeps stating what he's not going to ban, and his viewpoint and his personal testimony, no one can document. But one thing we have done in this Congress since I've been here, and I've been here since 2017 or 2018, we all vote and come to agreement. Everything he's pushing is what he's decided for everyone. No one has brought it to the table where we could all have an input, a vote, and do as we always have done on the smallest things or the largest things. He's so passionate about what they gave him that no one else can document, but I read the email. I'm not impressed with a person keeps telling me what the ancestors gave him, where no one can document what someone gave someone personally. You know, I'm just saying. Please let me just finish, and I'm gonna be through with it, please, Empress. Like, all I'm saying is that if this is Congress and we all are part of something, no one dictates the pace and run us all out in front of and off a cliff because the ancestors told him something. You know, when do you ask them to bring it to the round table, sit it on the table, let everyone decide or have at least some input into the manifestation of this document or this creation. And he already got a creative package and trying to sell it to Moors, and he got a problem if you don't spend your fiat the way he decides, because as he want to say, everybody's spending fiat, so go ahead, let's burn it together. Let's burn it on the things we need, printers and printers and this and that and other. But don't nobody decide for no one else. You know, I mean, truly, I got no gripe about however Congress moves. I am very thankful for even being part of Congress, and I honor all that came before me, all the things I have learned, and if we all agree upon something, I'll be using it as well. And I told Johnny that even when he first tried to display it or brought it to the table, but he had no answers, and he keeps saying that he's not willing to be adaptable with it, and this is what the ancestors gave him. What they gave it to you, what they're supposed to do for me? Islam.
So just Ar-Rahman Saraki Bey, let me say that your willingness to stand is exactly what is necessary for our nation. Your willingness and your enthusiasm that you're going to stand no matter what. That's the fire that's lit under us. So we honor that. Justice Johnny and the fiat piece is not going to sway any of us to start running around using fiat like that. We're just not doing it. So, in other words, our integrity is not even on the table. That's why we're not mad at them. Because can't nobody force us to use it. One can force us to use fiat. Come on now. He came to the table with something. He's going to have to prove everything anyway. He's already proven it. He's willing to stand and demonstrate. Okay. The system will system. Let the system do what it does. Let the system do what it does.
Islam.
Justice Johnny, Islam.
I just want to say, I believe I stated tonight that it wasn't for me. It's for our people. First.
What wasn't for you? Well, of course we're talking about the fiat of the demonstration.
So let me clarify. The offering was MGB.
Fiat ain't going nowhere, nigga. Fiat ain't going.
The physical bank and the functioning of that bank.
Okay.
Not to displace anything that is already enacted in place. The gold DeLorean that I received, that I downloaded from you, that is the first introduction of DeLorean to me. I'm not dismissing that. All I'm saying is the gentleman who's saying that I said I received something for me. No, I did not receive anything for me. That's why I sent it out and seeking to do what we're doing now and exploring it.
Want that fool gold DeLorean? Ain't nobody.
This is difficult. Imagine my siblings agreeing to sell and transfer all of their interest in a property that was bequeathed to them for dollars, not fiat, and they don't believe in what I have embraced, what I have learned about who I am and where I come from. Just for that to happen, it's to me, we talking about people that they love the way the fiat look, and they need the fiat, and they chase after the fiat. Listen to what I presented, and by the way, those who do become members, they have to learn what you were talking about. They have to learn who they are. They have to learn.
Are you saying? Wait a minute. Let me just hold on, Justice Johnny. Are you saying that those who become members for they have a fiat membership fee? Is that what you're saying?
It's not. It's not. It's part of the Burn program.
Okay, no. Hold on. I'm gonna have to stop you there. I'm gonna have to stop you there. Hold on. Okay, hold on. For the first time I muted you. So that because I want to stop you there, because that little bit, that little sliver of information right there is what we will to talk about. Out of all that you've done some great work in, he convinced his family to do a dollarium exchange for interest in a property. That is honorable. Is that correct or no?
No.
Okay, I didn't hear you correctly.
They sold their interest in the property for gold dollarium.
Okay, got it.
And gold dollarium only. The document that's on record with the Superior Court Real Estate Division, it states, and it says that this individual is willing to, in exchange, to give up their interest and equity in the property for gold dollarium.
Beautiful. Beautifully stated.
That is huge.
It is huge.
Especially for individuals that don't embrace what I embrace or know what I know. But what I was saying, that they have to go through the workshops. These are my people, my sisters.
Okay. Hold on. Before we go into the love stuff, we know we love our kin and plans and things, but we can't keep skipping over that $7,500 fee, the fiat fee. We're not gonna skip over that.
That is not for them.
Hold on. But the fact that it's there in the first place is the part. And Justice Johnny, again, what you've done is it's great work. The corruption comes in right in that tiny little space there. And that's the part we want you to see, is that the corruption of the whole process comes in that little tiny space that you want to skip over, but you can't skip over.
I don't want to skip over.
Let's look at that.
Okay.
The corruption cannot be there, because when you talk about interest, now you've brought in the whole group of actors acting as Federal Reserve, Internal Revenue, in IRS, FBI, CIA, U.S. all of that. You're bringing all of them in with that little piece of where the fiat came in at. You're inviting all of them in, even if it was only $1 in quote unquote fiat. You've invited all that energy in, and now they have an interest in everything that took place. You see what I'm saying? And that's why it's major. And that's why the Moors, our brothers, Justice Rahman and Justice Mosey, that's what they have the problem with. It's not even necessarily about you having dollarium with your face on it, because you still got to demonstrate that too. We're not even worried about that, because the system is going to system theirs too. Because, see, there's a certain amount of documentation and understanding and overstanding where securities and exchange and things of that nature take place with Delarium. We've already demonstrated those things. But what we're stating is that your brothers, Rahman and Brother Mosey, they don't will to see you invite all of that fake actor energy into your thing. And guess what? Whenever you invite that kind of energy in with even one fiat note, they'll clash, make a big deal out of it, and then point to Delarium on the thing and say it's because of Delarium. And then, you know what I'm saying? Now, we're not worried about it. We're not worried about it because we've been doing Delarium for years, and none of that has ever happened with us because we know what we're doing. We know our ancestors know what they're doing through us. Now, the ancestors are speaking to you, Justice Johnny. Allow them to keep speaking through you and to you about what you're doing because that's necessary. It's necessary. There is the piece of altering the Delarium, of changing it. That's something that you, because we can't tell sovereigns what to do, even though you've done that. That's between you and the ancestors and the system. Whether the system is going to acknowledge that. We just will that the exchanges be protected and that there be not even a nickel of fiat anywhere in the mix, because we already know that it invites actors to come and start acting like they have claim. And when it comes to property, fake sheriffs and fake police will be coming trying to enact things on the property, and they'll act like it's everything but that fiat piece. Oh, this is wrong. This is wrong. That's wrong. It's not up to code. It's not up to speed. When they know good and darn well it's about the fiat that they're claiming. See, that's what opens the door for them.
The transaction was done with Delarium.
Okay, I get that it was done with Delarium, but we still talking about that $7,500 that piece. We're talking about that.
That's
I'd like to make a point.
not pertaining to any individual. That is
okay.
For the when we established. Can I finish?
So obviously you're not willing to hear. Obviously you're not willing to hear because you don't want to remove that piece.
I'd like to make a point, Empress. My concern, because I was in on the email when Justice Johnny sent the copyrighted document with his corporation and the Delarium. And my concern when I saw the copyrighted document, it was because it stated that the moorishe federal nationals, it's pseudonym. It's a pseudonym, meaning it's fake. And another concern that I have was that it's an LLC corporation that owns the copyright to the Delarium. So those are the two major concerns. The fact that it's denounced our movement, Federal Republic movement, that's one, as a pseudonym, and the corporation, it's a LLC, meaning that it's the establishment, is the owner, becomes the owner. And to me, that's a big blow to our tool that we're using as sovereign to stand on to free ourselves. Our freedom is most important, right? We can't allow gains or profit or anything to get into the way of our freedom.
So, Empress, let me say this about that. Nothing can get in the way of our freedom. Nothing. If the documentation is not competent and what you just described, Empress, is not a competent presentment, the system is going to system all over it. If it's trying to mix what we're doing with corpses and corporations, the system is going to system all over it. That's why we don't worry about it, because we put the system in place for a reason. This system is ancient. Ain't nobody going to get past it with no nefariousness. Now, we're not saying, Justice Johnny, there's nefariousness, but the incompetence of trying to mix corpses with the living, please, and this is not just for Justice John. This is for everybody. Don't play yourself like that. Don't do that, because the system is going to system all over it. Please know that we had people try that before, and we had to actually tell the ancestors to pull back your judgment off of them. They're already in a mental institution. Pull back your justice. We know they meant harm, but just be easy on the ancestors, please. We had to say that in order to pull the ancestors off those rear ends. So we're not worried about it. We're not worried about it. But what we will to do is ensure that we have stated the law about what we heard. We heard from Justice Johnny. There is a fiat piece in there. There's several fiat pieces in there. That means that there's intention to spread the debt, Justice Johnny, and that's that intention and that energy is what we have a problem with. But again, you've done some great things and some great work there. We will that the best happen. We will that the best happen, because we know that anything less than the best, all things work together for our good. So we're not, this Congress is not worried about it. No one can take the Moorish National Republic federal government and make it a corpse and say we all corpses because of what they did. That is not how this works. That's not how our system works. So for those that may be worried about, somebody putting Moorish National Republic federal government in capital letters, trust me, people have already tried it and they regretted it. And that didn't have anything to do with anything we did except that we stood and stand and be ourselves. So we don't worry about the stuff. No one can besmirch and besmudge our name. Come on now. We don't even have a name for them to do that. We have holy appellations. So we're not afraid. As long as we stand and we keep our intentions pure, then everything else, the ancestors will purify the rest, because they've been doing this for millions and trillions of years. Nothing surprises them. They know all of this stuff already. So if there is not a willingness to instantly just pull the fiat piece out and say, okay, we're going to remove that piece out of what we're doing. If there's not the willingness to do that immediately, then that means there's still some resistance to it. And when we see the resistance to automatically stamping out that instantly, then we tend to step away and move on to other things and let the system do what it does, because ain't nothing new under the sun. And ain't nobody getting past our ancestors, let me tell you. Y'all know this already, Moors. You know this already. They know the very intentions of our thoughts. They don't just know the thought, they know the intention of the thought. They divide asunder the soul and the spirit. They know the difference between the soul and the spirit. Ain't nothing that our ancestors don't know. So, Justice Johnny, again, do what you do. Do your demonstrations, because there have been whole nations of Moors doing Delarium demonstrations where banking is concerned. We've had that go on from the moment we introduced it, and we love it. We love the movement energy, the energy of get out there and do things, try things, see things, but just stay pure with it. Just keep it pure. And then there have been Moors who had great intention but didn't know as much that were doing things. Okay, the ancestors they'll clarify that with the system before the system systems. They always do. They did it with all of us. So we honor the demonstrations. We all know that fiat is not real, and no, we all don't use fiat. Because did you know that even the ones at the top of the corporations didn't use those green notes? All they used was paper. They don't use a green note with a bond number on it. Didn't know that was different. That's called private commercial paper. So no, everybody don't use fiat. So don't buy that one. Please don't, and don't base what you're doing on that either. We haven't had one of those green things in our possession in a while, in so long you wouldn't even believe it. You wouldn't even believe it, because you still think everybody uses fiat. They don't. But I'll say this too. We're not afraid of anything. We're not afraid of the experiments and the demonstrations and things. So Justice Johnny, do what you do. And then, as the ancestors show you things and say things to you, because see, the ancestors always give us the answer before the test comes. They always tell us, okay, you know that fiat is not honorable to deal in that, because it creates an automatic, quote unquote, interest by the dead. Don't do it. So the willingness to automatically get rid of that piece or not get rid of that piece is, that's up to each more, because we don't tell sovereigns what to do. We're never going to tell sovereigns what to do. You know why? Because when the ancestors test whatever it is you do, you're going to be the one standing there, not us. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing, because that's what sovereign means. Sovereign means self-governing. So, Justice Johnny, go ahead. I yield the floor. If you have anything to state about that little piece of fiat piece in there, because we heard everything else. We heard all the other stuff.
All I want to say is that I mentioned it before. When I discover that I'm out of step with something, or as it relates to the copyright, it can be restated. I attempted to restate it. I sent you the version of the restatement, but if it's still,
it doesn't matter what you send me, because if what you send me is not competent, then it's just not competent. If it's competent, then it's competent. It doesn't matter whether I stamped it approval or not. So sending it to me is not an automatic approval of anything. It's not an automatic disapproval. Wait a minute. Hear me? It's not automatic disapproval either. It's you said something. Okay.
So it's not that I'm sending it to you in the way that you described. I was sharing this with another member.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm doing it and it's incompetent, then you or someone that knows what that language should look like or what is needed to protect it, then that's where the demonstration will come in. Noble Johnny, this is how this should be done. This is the way to do this.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so, and we'll take a look at it when we have some time. We've already stated what the issue is without ever having seen it. The issue is if there's any fiat either being sent or received or requested or demanded. Requested or demanded. If fiat has anything to do with it, then it's a corrupt demonstration. We will look at it, but you have to be willing to hear that too.
Okay,
you have to be willing to hear it.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
What do you propose I do with the fiat that I have?
Whatever your spirit tells you. Your spirit is telling you everything anyway.
No, I'm just asking a question for the other Moors that are in Congress who, I guess this would be some kind of dilemma. But what do you do? Okay, I was just being facetious. But what do you do with the fiat? Is it sitting there? Is it in the bank? It's just there.
You give it away.
In any kind of capacity. I just want to know.
Let me answer that. What does your spirit say?
That, like me, there are Moors in the Congress that have the same.
You can't put that on anybody, because remember, Justice Johnny, you put your face on the Delarium, not the whole Congress.
You're stupid.
So you gotta look, if you're gonna do it that way, you're gonna have to do it that way all the time. You can't lean on the Congress when it's convenient and then stand and be like, I'm whatever.
That's not what I'm doing. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying that even, if someone is saying to me that, okay, I get it, and I have to make a decision as relates to that. But if they're saying to me that in this instance we don't accept that is contrary to what we believe, but yet
I'll give you my address and you can send me all your fiat. Let me have
for selling their property taxes with fiat, but telling me that in this instance, no. My point is, I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to be done. If you're going to use the fiat in any degree, you might as well burn it in the fire. You can burn it in real fire.
Wait a minute, hold on, because
you can burn it in the real fire, because I've seen the video of someone burning fiat in the fire. You can burn it in the real fire. Yeah, you can burn it in the real fire, or you can burn it in a conversion program. A conversion program meaning that fiat is going to be burned off until it's no good. You're not going to burn it in the fire, and if you say that you are, you're not being genuine. You're not you. I'm saying that you're using fiat. Somebody's using fiat besides me. The way I'm using it, though, is not I'm trying to go and buy a nice car over here and do it like, no, I'm going to use it. I'm going to burn it off till it's no good. I'm going to burn it off till the last wheel fall off.
Okay. And if that's what the same ancestors that told you to put your face on Delarium,
oh my God, you were so
they're telling you that.
Everyone, you were
stupid. Wait a minute. Let me finish. If they're telling you that, if the same spirit that told you to put your face on Delarium is telling you to burn the fiat like that, who are we to go against your spirit? We're not going to go against your spirit. What your spirit is telling you, we're not going to do that.
But understand, I am willing.
I don't have to understand. I understand.
Okay, understand. I am willing. If there is an error or I'm out of step, I am willing to correct. So I said it. I wrote it. I don't know what else to say, but I'm not going to pretend.
Are you willing to remove the fiat piece from the issue? Okay, and that's so we done here. We're done here.
Explain it. They're saying that I'm asking them.
No. We don't need an explanation for that. We don't need an explanation for that.
Why won't you let me say what is so that it won't seem like I asked them to pay a membership fee? That was relating to
That's
banks.
not what I'm saying.
Only the 12 banks that's going to be established on the land. That is what. If you need a printer, you can. Is there more I can buy printers from? Because I don't want to use fiat. If there are more I can get my printers and my cutters and everything I need, I will use only Delarium. But it's disingenuous to say, oh, because you presented this thing, what would you do if it came to you? What would you do? How would you get the equipment that you need? If there is a more in Congress or know someone that can help us secure the printers and the cutters and the ink and everything we need that can be paid with Delarium, I am the first one who would do it. You know why? Because I got it.
So let me say this about, let me respond to that. If you're willing to hear, which I don't think you are.
Yes, I am. I need to hear. I need some printers. I need the cutters.
Okay. You're the one who thinks that you need printers and cutters to do what your ancestors told you to do. You're the one who thinks that. The spirit didn't tell you that you needed that, because that's not how the spirit talks. The spirit doesn't say you need this and you need that. The spirit doesn't say that. We decide how we're going to demonstrate who we are, but if you're gonna blame the spirit for some things and not other things that are just as important, why are you saying that? So
because I don't want to use scissors.
About the spirit.
I don't want to use scissors, and I don't want to have crooked money. I want it to be straight, and I want it to be clean and professional.
Okay.
Now, what is wrong with that? Is there a way to restate it where I can express to say, listen, I want it to be consistent. Whether somebody in Belgium or anywhere else have this note, it's going to look the same. I mean, the fiat is beautifully put together.
Okay,
Our standard should be higher than theirs.
Okay, let me tell you something about all of that. Your wants and needs is not the Spirit speaking. Your want, because you said it, those are the words that came out of your mouth just now. When you go back and hear
the manifestation of it.
Okay, hold on a minute. Because this is not a debate. This is not an argument. It's not a debate. It's not an argument. Those things that you say that you need, those needs and wants are coming from you. If the Spirit said you needed and wanted that, the Spirit would provide a way for it to be there. And if your intention is to not use fiat, take it from me. If your intention is to not use fiat, then the ancestors will provide a way for you to do it. Now, that's not some mystical miracle thing. That's something that we do all the time. Everything that we have done to this point, we didn't have 300,000 fiat notes to do what we've done in the last 7 years. We didn't have it. We had to make do and find creative ways to use what we have to get where we're going. Now, if the ancestors truly meant for you to print out fiat or dollarium for everybody, or for Belgium and all of that, then they would provide a way for you to do that. But that's not even how dollarium works. Dollarium works where the people in Belgium, the Moors in Belgium, can print their own dollarium.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
That is a question, but go ahead.
Veteran to veteran. I'm a veteran, you're a veteran.
Sovereign, no, I'm Chief Justice Light Tajiri Bay in this Congress.
So let me ask you like this. Do you receive veteran benefits?
I do not receive veteran benefits. My person that I own does. Okay. And it's not in fiat. Hold on, let me finish the answer. It's not in fiat. No green notes come here like that. None. Not one. And what I receive is credits that I am in control of.
VA disability is
wait a minute. Now that you asked, right here. Here it is right here. You see this right here on the screen?
I don't know what that is.
It's a check. It's a check. These are checks.
I don't receive those.
I know you don't, because you don't do business the way I do. I know you don't receive them like that. Okay, because you've not converted your account to where you're the bank, and they are the debtor. I have to actually cancel these because I'm the one who approves them, because they come from my trust. This is not coming from out there somewhere. This is coming from me.
VA disability check. She needs her husband.
That's why they come that way, because I restated everything to make it so that at the end of the day, I'm the one who has these in my hands that I cancel.
And I like
have to cancel them the same way banks have to cancel checks. When a check goes through the system, the bank cancels it and they send it back to whoever it is that wrote the check. I'm the Treasury.
I like that. Now, question. Can you send me step by step how to do what you did so that I can do it?
Of course. I'm not going to send it to you, though. You're going to study those videos. That's why we keep saying what we're saying, nobility. Why do you think we got this Congress going? Why do you think that is? It's so that we are the masters of our destiny and no one else.
And I get that, and I probably looked at most of the videos, but you will find that some people will agree with me. Sometimes it helps to have that document with the step by step. There's nothing wrong with doing that, because even if you give me the step by step, I still have to explore it. I still have to perfect it. So I'm just asking you, would you be willing to send me that step by step? And I'll sit down and
Lien, levy, bond. Are you familiar with those three processes?
I am.
Do you know how to do them, to execute them?
I've done the lien, the bond, the levy. The levy I have not done yet.
Okay.
But
and that's all right.
The last couple, I think a few sessions back, you talked about that, and I'm on it. So like I said, I'm letting you know, I'm learning as I go. And what I'm asking you, are you willing to give me a document step by step to help me get there? I'm gonna do the work. I'm gonna do
you are.
And the reason why I'm asking,
that's what I love about you, is you're doing the work. That's why our relationship is going to continue, because you're doing the work.
I need that document though. Help me out. Help a brother out.
The document it's been out there. The processes have been out there. We went over the levy process last Congress. Not this previous Congress. Step by step, we went over it. Congress, did we? Did we go over the levy process in this previous Congress?
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did.
Yes, a couple of times. Johnny, if you will give yourself time to learn the processes, I'm telling you, the energy that you have, our nation it's necessary for our nation to keep moving. So the energy is great energy. And I know that you put the fiat piece in there because you can't see past it, but we're going to help you see past it.
Okay. I'm with it.
We got you. Because we know your intention is good. You came with the same energy that we came with. Like, how do we freaking fix this mess? We get it.
Yeah.
We can fix it when we actually do what we're doing now. Talk through it. And Justice Rahman and Justice Mosey, hear me when I say this. The three of you, Justice Johnny and Justice Mosey, Justice Rahman and Justice Johnny, listen, we got this. All we have to do is keep talking to each other. Be willing to hear and not beat each other up. We know that the fiat piece is not there, and guess what? Ain't nobody going to bring us back to no fiat, so we know that. But what we are going to do is assist one another in getting over that hump. That's why we're doing the work that we're doing. It's to help each other get over that.
Okay, I'm with that.
Okay. So, Justice Johnny, I would ask, in collaboration with your previous question about you want the steps and the documents whereby you do step by step, to please look at the previous Congress for the levy process. By the way, we were supposed to put that levy under the video, but I have like no space on any of the 3 Google Drives I have. The space, you all have to know that our space on there, we don't have any additional space for the document. But you can see the document on there. You can screenshot each part. It's only 2 pages. Screenshot it and then create it. Because, see, for your territories, you're going to have to create it.
Okay. I'm with
it. So it's step by step, Justice Johnny. That's all. It's step by step. And Justice Johnny, if you'll be patient to learn the processes, we're so grateful that you're here and so happy that you're just on it and getting the stuff done.
I'm willing to be patient. Be patient or become a patient. I'm with that all together. For real.
Islam. And you know, Justice, and again, we're never gonna submit to fiat. We know that, Moors. So we don't even have to get all up in arms about when somebody come and ask for fiat. We just tell them no. Simple. We just say no. That's how we do it.
I get that, but I wanted to stress that was only for the 12 banks, and it doesn't matter if they can get the amount of money it takes to establish that bank in their territory. They can do it however they want to. I don't want to use fiat, and I'm looking forward to the day that I don't have to. But until then, I'm not going to pretend like I'm not using it, because I'm blessed. I got a significant amount to see burned off. Okay, I'm just expressing that fiat is going to be used towards things that, those merchants that sell the things that we need.
You don't have to explain to us. We're not going to be a part of it, of that part.
Can you give me a list? Can you give me a list of those merchants that are Moors who sell ink, who sell printers, who sell machinery that is needed?
You don't need ink or anything to learn that levy process. So how about you start there?
I've already started there. I screenshotted the last session, but I'm saying I can chew bubble gum and walk at the same time. We're going to do it all, okay? With the energy that we have, we're going to do that. We're going to do this. Okay. And I'm just, this ain't YouTube or Instagram. We really do it in real life, okay?
Of course
so all I'm saying, no, I'm saying, well, you know, I'm just saying that I want all the help you have to provide. All the brethren and the sisters, empress, nobles.
We know you're excited, Johnny. We get it. We love the energy.
Not just excited. I'm a babe, okay? I'm a student for life. So I'm always wanting to learn and do it the right way. So
we got you. We got you. We would ask that you look at the last week's video because the levy process is going to explain to you why fiat is not a thing. See, because the fiat mongers are being stripped of everything that they own by the levy process. So when you study that process, you'll know why things done with fiat in black ink and capital letters that's not a prosperous way to do things. That's all we're saying. When you see that process, you'll know why. The levy process, you'll know why.
So that thing you explained about the canceling of the check, because I stopped getting the checks. I didn't even want to see the checks. But what you explained, I need that.
So you're going to have to slow it down just a little bit, because I had to do lien, levy, and bond on the actors that were acting as VA.
Gotcha.
You see?
Okay. I've done all the 40 documents.
Quote unquote bank.
I've done all the 40 documents, but now I have to specifically go to the VA, whom I've already put a lien on.
No, you're not going to the VA because that's not who that is. Those are actors. So what you're going to do is learn the lien, levy, and bond, and you're going to lien, levy, and bond that group of actors.
I thought I did. I did.
Well, a little while ago you said that you didn't.
I did the lien process, not the bond.
Okay, so again, levy and bond, those two processes are the two that are up next for you, Justice Johnny. Okay. Know those two processes because as the creditor, because you are the creditor,
right?
As the creditor, you must show that you know those processes right there because those are actions that creditors do. Only creditors have the authority to do a levy and a bond. We're the internal revenue. Only governments do levies like that. So like if you look at any other city ordinances, quote unquote, internal revenue things, it's all about levies.
So you're not even dealing with so the banks, they go to do their process to the Federal Reserve banks in whatever region there is, right? The process you're talking about, that's all cut out, right?
We're the banks, and we do what banks do.
Okay. MGP did need to know that. I appreciate it.
For you to be a bank, and it's great that you have a bank started. For you to be a bank, you must know the levy and the bond process. You have to.
Right.
Because what do banks do? Banks repossess, quote unquote, houses and stuff all the time. That's a levy. Then they have to bond that property to what they're doing because a bond is a trust document. Okay. And so that when they bond it, that means that no other entity can swoop through and use capitalism to take it because it's on the land. It's bonded to the land. So as a bank, you are the bank. We're all banks. We must know that process. That's why we're doing all that we're doing is because we know we're the court, we know we're the bank, and this is high level. And we said this last week. This This is top-level finance. This is top-level money. This is top-level wealth management, estate management. These processes.
Your trust, is it an irrevocable trust?
It's every kind of trust imaginable all in one. And if you look back at our 1041T, you'll see that on the side we listed all the types of trust it is.
Okay.
Because at any time, our trust will change and be, if it's necessary for it to be irrevocable, it will be that. And then whenever we get ready to revoke it, we'll revoke it and put something else there. That's what sovereignty does. Sovereignty can push and pull at any time. The same way you're doing.
Okay.
Sovereignty can, 1 minute we're this way, then 1 minute we're the judge, the next minute we're the trustee, the next minute we're the trustor, the next minute we're the beneficiary, the next minute we're the bank, the next minute we're the bailiff.
Okay.
All titles belong to us. That's why turbans and fezzes. These are our authority accoutrement.
Accoutrement?
Yes.
Say it again. Did I say it right?
You did. Accoutrement.
Accoutrement.
Okay. It's a French word. You can do the study on accoutrement.
Okay. And how do you spell that?
Google it. Accoutrement. It starts with an A. ACCOUTREMANTE. Accoutrement. It's French. The root word being couture, as in a style, but it signifies authority.
Islam,
Empress.
Ayemaya Haris Bey, peace and grand rising, Empress.
Grand rising, Empress Yamaya. How are you doing?
I am well, thank you. And how are you?
All is well, Empress.
It's wonderful. When he liens, levies, and bonds, does he need to do an Article 3 court action?
Liens, levies, and bonds are done by Article 3 court action. In other words, you're not doing a levy or a bond or a lien if it's not done by a court. Because, see, only courts can do those things. That is why we add the fiduciary document to everything we do, because the fiduciary document says this is coming from a court.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to get a clarification and also to pull that out because I didn't hear that during the exchange. So
you know what? We assume that everybody knows, but we should not do that. We should speak it. So I'm glad you said that, Empress.
Islam, gratitude.
Yeah.
Question is that. Oh, I'm sorry. Islam.
No, go ahead, Justice.
Is that Form 56, right?
No, the Form 56 is a fiduciary form. It's a form of fiduciary. It's not a real one. So our fiduciary affidavit is one of the 40 documents.
Okay, so I just got to go back and look at it.
Go back and look at it and make sure that you send that with everything that you do, so that as you're making changes to documents and doing your demonstrations, that it is known that number one is coming from a court. Number two, that you are that any changes that you're making where letters are concerned, that is a protected action. That is a protected action.
I think for me, I went through the documents several times, but I think I need to commit to at least once a month, just setting aside time and going through the documents. And there are documents that I need on any given day. So this is good. This is good.
Yeah. And then even with the Delarium piece, the currency controller document says that you can move money from one bank to another without it being taxed and being investigated and inquired about. So that's one of the 40 documents too. And so that's why the study of those documents, and those documents are all done by court action also. The study of those documents is important to know that you know, so that when fakes start speaking, because in all honesty, what you were saying, you're still listening to people pretending to be a bank and pretending to be a financial institution as if they're real, and pretending to be a tax assessor as if they're real. So those documents and the study of them will assist you in knowing that they're not real.
Okay, I'm with it.
Islam. Yeah.
So I want to say this before I go.
Yes.
That fiat piece is over. It goes. Is it? I'm saying that piece that they have concern with in the document is over.
Okay. Justice Johnny, I just breathed a sigh of relief because I know you listen to me. You have protected yourself by doing that.
Mm-hmm.
See, it's not anybody else's.
Get beat up.
And we do not will to see that for you.
No, just oh man. When my audio was not working and I was here beat up. What happened? Man. Anyway.
We've seen it, Justice Johnny, but you're protected. Just keep going, but go competently. In other words, study those 40 documents so you know that you can stand on what you're doing, so that no one else can come in and claim to be a bank or a tax assessor over your head.
Okay. I appreciate that. Knowledge is power. And for those who felt or that were offended, I apologize because that was not my intention. You know, I was being forthcoming in what I had, you know, and only limited. Well, I won't say limited, but what I knew. We only know what we know.
Justice Johnny, we accept your apology.
We only know what we know. And what we don't know can hurt us, if you know what I'm saying. So I get that part. And I feel like I've advanced in this Congress today.
You have. You have indeed. Yeah. We have advanced also, though, as a nation, because
just get ready to lose everything.
Because we know not to just come down on each other over anything, because great minds are not always going to think alike. They think differently. That's what makes them great. Okay? But some things we're not moving on. Some things we're not budging on. You know, that's we're not budging on that one. We can talk about all kinds of other things. You know, Justice Johnny, we appreciate you. We appreciate your work.
I appreciate you too, and Congress.
Islam. Chief Justice Rahman, we appreciate you so much. Chief Justice Mosey Bay, we appreciate you so much. We appreciate your stand. See, we got some. Now you want to talk about soldiers and warriors? This is what standing looks like. I love it. I love it too. In the chat, I love it as well.
Islam
Empress Simani.
Islam. I'm so excited.
I am too.
I could cry. I can really cry. Oh, but I don't think I'm going to right now. But I am so excited. We gave the part here for Justice Johnny to speak. Because I really wanted him to speak. Because I see a lot, and sometimes I'm unable to express everything that I see. And I see where he's going with this. And when he first mentioned it, I got so excited. So and so with this, him stating about the fiat piece, this is even more exciting because now we can all move forward, because like you were stating, everything else around what he was stating beside that fiat, it was the only thing. It was the only thing. And I see where it's going to help a whole lot of people.
Yes.
Our people. So I'm just so excited. Yeah. But now I need to clarify on something you just stated about the 56, the
Form 56 fiduciary, that's a fiduciary IRS form that they, I get it. Yeah.
So then here's what, and I could be mixing it with another document or form. But in my memory, what I have is, because I couldn't find it in my notes just now, but
However, there's a document, I was thinking it was the 56, where you list all of your family members to place them in your trust.
That's the 1041T, but it must be restated. That's the 1041T.
Say that again. I apologize. State it again.
That's the 1041T.
Okay. And where is the 1041T? Is it in a video where I can see? Because this is the first time I've heard of the 1041T. Okay, yes. I'll look for it. I'll look for it.
Empress, that is a restated 1041 trust form that the IRS has out. So if you want to pull it from the internet and then begin restating that form so that it properly says all the right words and everything is spelled out. So we call it a 1041 trust form because that's what it is. And then we set about just putting all, and then we added everyone at Earth to that form. Perfect. I mean, not the form, but the affidavit. We restated and then made it an affidavit.
Perfect.
Just like we would do with anything Justice Johnny has done, we would just put it in affidavit form and restate it and keep on moving and, you know, keep growing and expanding the empire.
I think I have a final question, and it may be the final part of the process. It's just that I'm not seeing it. So once you do the lien, levy, and bond, now my question is, what's next? And it might be just it. I don't know.
No, that's not it. That's not it because see, after you have done, that's the foundation of property repossession or property possession. Then you have to show the system that you actually possess that specific piece. So that then comes on the lawful side is a allodial title. On the legal side is a deed, a restated deed, nominated in dollarium and not fiat. Even if it's a $10 fee, dollarium fee to record it, just say your court accepted $10 to record this deed, and then you write out your deed, you state your deed out. And then what we've done is we went outside and properly stated the property address. We did that on the mailbox and on the property itself, so that what's on the property matches what's on the allodial title, which matches what's on the deed.
I think I got the process.
I think you got it too, Empress. I think you got it too.
I do, so I'm excited. Okay.
Yes, Islam.
Excitement. I think that's it. I'm just so happy to be a part of this Congress and the round table and everything that everyone has done and is doing. I think it's just fabulous. And I just love it when family come together. Islam.
You know, Empress, we're glad this Congress appreciates your energy and your willingness to just continue to unify, because that's what we're all doing, is continuing to unify with one another over, above, and beyond misunderstandings, and maybe there may be a communication issue or something. And this is for everybody. The more we speak to one another. See, this is not a Negro, black, colored, nigger, African American situation where we can't talk to each other and we crabs in a bucket. We're so far from that. We are the nobility, and we are actually the example of how great minds come together. We're the example for that.
Islam. First, I want to say that I observe how you handle the situation, and it's like you spoke right into my heart, and I just want to thank you for being that example to us, because I'm the one who received the email, and I felt so paranoid because, and I never had anyone, well, another noble spoke to me, but because I saw the legal work, the paperwork, and I saw the effort and what we're doing, and I didn't know the extent to which it could harm us. And it literally brought pain down on me, because I'm saying this movement is like our lifeline, and now it is now incorporated, with a legal document, and all these things going on, and I'm just happy that you just shed that light and show us how how love can conquer everything, and even give me that ease now that we're safe, there's nothing to worry about, and so forth. So I'm just grateful for you, and just to see the example of how love can manifest, and how love can just make things work or become beautiful. So thank you again. I have to say this because you melt my heart a while enough. Thank you.
You're welcome, Empress, and y'all know I'm a crybaby sometimes, and not crybaby, a cry adult sometimes. But I, Empress, I'm grateful that you realize now that nothing can stop us, nothing can hurt us, because we've done all the right things from the very beginning. It was our intention to stay not corrupted. And see, when I first nationalized, the ancestors told us to stay away from all of that stuff. Stay away from contracting, stay away from capital letters and black ink, stay away from that stuff. Once we learned, we said, no, we're never going to do that. Now the ancestors are saying, you have actually changed everything, all of us together. We had to do it by our intention to change everything.
Mm-hmm.
We intended to do what was right. We intended to honor our foremothers and forefathers, that our days will be long upon the land that they gave us. And they said, now be afraid of nothing. Move forward and be unafraid. Mm-hmm. That's what they say. Be afraid of nothing. Move. Go.
Well, we thank you for showing us that, because some of us really need to see what that looks like. And, we don't have to imagine it anymore, because we have a manifestation of what it looks like, and it's manifested in you, and we are happy to be able to witness. Thank you.
You're welcome, Empress. It's an honor. We were really looking forward to this point, too. We really were looking forward to this because we had some fear about contracting before. That's why we stayed away from it. But the ancestors meant for us to, as we were setting the foundation for what we're doing. They willed that we stay away from all of that. And then they said, when it's time, we'll let you know you can devour and just demolish anything in your way. It's got to go. Islam. Justice Anthony.
Empress, I am not going to give you the opportunity to keep crying any further. But I'll only commend you and say, gratitude and thank you for shining a light on that situation and bringing things to light.
Yeah.
Of respecting.
Thank you, Nobility.
You're most welcome, Empress. I think you should have a word with Mr. Trump, kind of help him to sort out things over there, since you have a way of putting things together and solving problems. Yes. I have a question, Empress. It's in regards to the 1099A.
Mm-hmm.
Should we or can we still use the 1099A now that the sovereign delirium has now been more operable since July 1st?
So I'm going to pose a question to you, position a question to you. When you say 1099A, do you mean acquisition or abandonment?
The abandonment.
What are you abandoning?
Our acquisition. Any one of them.
You must specify.
Well, okay, more. I would say the more acquisition.
Okay. We restate everything still. That is how we got where we are right now, where we're not afraid of anything corporate, because we will restate that mess so fast. Just keep restating.
Okay.
Pull it down, and then just change. And when you print it out, it's a new document. Okay. So restate. We still don't ever use any of their forms. We restate everything. Take that form that you see and restate it, because it's stateless until you do that. That's why we use the term restate, because it's stateless.
All right. I'm familiar with that. I was referring more to the use of it.
Yeah, then yes, you use it, but you 1099 acquisition the property. Okay. And that's, again, the reason that I didn't mention that to Empress Imani when she was asking about the process is because there may or may not be a claim on it. But see, with the 1099 acquisition, what you're doing is you're pulling it from the state, and you're the state too, but you're assigning a value to it as well. That's what acquisition is.
Right.
Is assign a value and then honor the assignment of the value. And that can only be done in gold, silver, and dollarium gold receipts. That's the only way property can be acquisitioned. Or else it's not acquisition. Because see, that way of acquisitioning of a 1099 acquisition, stating the value and then honoring the value with dollarium, is going to make it so that your allodial title, which is the original title, matches. The system honors all of that. The deed, the title, and everything comes from the same place.
Okay, so it's still a part of the process. Okay.
It's still a part of the process.
Okay. Strategy.
Islam. But remember, this is the highest level of finance. There's no higher level than the movement of money and property on the land, and those who have the authority to do that. That authority must be unquestionable and unquestioned. That's what the 40 documents and the study of them and knowing what each document does, and the documents don't necessarily do it. The documents just announce that you can do it. That's what the documents do. They announce that you have the competence at those areas of high finance and governance, and that you are a responsible governor of the resources, whether it be domicile houses or natural resources, sea salt, whatever it is, minerals, whatever you have there, because Justice Anthony, you have a bunch of natural resources that you govern over there.
No, Empress, I want to tell you that sea salt you sent me, that actually saved my life a few weeks ago.
Really? What happened?
Yes.
Mobility?
I got attacked by high blood pressure, knocked me out. I was unconscious for about a half hour. And when I came back around, I had got some, we call it jelly coconut, but it's commonly known as coconut water.
Mm-hmm.
And I put some sea salt in there and drank it, and it brought the pressure right back down and brought me right back to normal.
Yes.
So I would say that really saved my life. And I'm grateful to you, and, thank you so much again, Empress. I'm going to be needing some more soon. That sea salt.
You have a body of salt water there, too. You have one at your territory also, Nobility, just so that you're aware.
Salt water?
Yeah. Everyone has at least one body of salt water at their territories that they can go to. And it's within about 2 or 3 hours at the most away from you.
I live near the sea. The sea is right down the block from where I reside. But the thing is that down there it's not clean. That's why I haven't been utilizing that water there. If I'm gonna use, I have to go far to like the countryside and then go out in the open, because where I reside, whenever it rains, all that debris comes down from all the way up in the city, all the way down here in the gullies and the drains, out into the ocean down where I stay. So it's not clean. That's why I haven't used that.
Wow. We've seen the sea salt save other lives as well, firsthand.
Yeah.
We've seen.
And one more thing, Empress, before I forget, I don't know what's going on with, I don't know if it's my computer, but for the past more than 2 months now, every time I have to ask one of the Moors on the platform to ask you to let me in. I tried it on my phone also. It still wouldn't let me in. I tried it on my Empress phone. It still wouldn't let me in. That means that it's not coming from my side. More than likely, it's coming from your side, I believe. So I don't know if when you get a chance, you could fix it. So I won't have to keep asking, who's on the platform to ask you to let me in.
If there's even one more who can get in, then it's not on this side, because it's a general open forum. So it does, this platform doesn't just lock one individual out. It doesn't do that. It either locks everyone out or no one. So
I mean, I have an idea. Yeah. But I've tried every way, everything. I deleted the link directly out of the computer. Then I put it back in. It still wouldn't let me in.
May we make a suggestion?
Oh, sure.
This suggestion is going to sound a little off to some who don't know that we control all energy. But do this, nobility, because we've had to do, years back, we had to do this also. Before you sign on from any place, whether it be phone, computer, desktop, whatever it is, take 3 deep breaths. Calm your spirit. Make sure your spirit is calm. And I'm not saying you're not calm. What I am stating is take 3 deep breaths and then sign on. And it'll get easier and easier for you to get in. Because, see, sometimes, and this was our issue too, some years back, sometimes we didn't realize how high we were vibrating, or how our frequency was, which level or which side or which point in the timeline our frequency was, and we would have problems signing on ourselves. But then when we realized that we control the frequency, because the majority of us are using wireless communications at some point, that we control the frequency, then we take a deep breath. Even the things that come in through the lines, we control that also. So it is important that our energy and our frequency be somewhere compatible with the electrical frequency for it to come through. It's a must. We control all of that. So, and that's for anyone who's having a problem coming in and out. Take a 3 deep breaths before you sign on, and then hit the button, and you'll get in easily.
Okay, Empress. I'm not going to try that. I'm going to do that.
Yes, indeed. Please do.
Don't try. Just do it.
Don't try. Just do it.
Exactly.
You're right, Justice Anthony. I stand corrected.
Thank you again, Empress.
You're welcome.
Please remember, if you can, within your time of grace, please remember the sea salt. I really would appreciate it. I'm running out. I cherish it. I pinch it. I don't even use it unless the Spirit tells me to use it. I pinch it. It is really precious to me.
Yeah, Islam nobility. Just know that you already have some there.
Yes. Okay.
And that might be the ancestors tapping you on the shoulder saying, go do that too. Because there'll be, just like nationality, there'll be others who at your territory who will to have that. They're going to need it. I will tell you too that there were a couple of times where we took it because our muscles were like the other day we went on a long jog walk, and our calf muscle, because of the fast, we might have been a little depleted, I think. And so we had to take the sea salt, and our muscles just relaxed. Those who have things like supposed quote-unquote heart issues, a heart attack generally is something electrical, or it's the muscle seizing up, and salt takes care of both of those.
Right. And it also made a lot of sense why in time past, when people worked, they used to pay them with that sea salt.
Yeah.
A lot of sense.
And our ancestors used to take salt tablets for just about everything.
And it's ironic, you see, Empress. Even I was telling my sister, because she has a problem with the high blood pressure also, but she's scared to take the salt. And I remind her, I said, when people admit in the hospital from high blood pressure, the first thing they do is put that saline in. It's salt water in there. It's salt.
I don't know why people don't figure that out, but they're finally telling the truth. I came across a video yesterday where one of the modern ones was talking about how salt is what you should take for things like, but it has to be natural sea salt. We know that.
Yes,
yes. It can't be that store-bought crap.
Right, exactly. That's the difference.
Store is starting to take in the right kinds, which I will say this, our supply lines where stores and things are concerned, they're starting to bring in the things that that are natural for us. Because the Moors at the other Africa, and even some of the nations who came here have been doing natural things, like mining the salt at Detroit territory and things like that, and starting to feed it into the supply line so that it's at the grocery stores. But even those, the money system has to be the right money system. And it's coming. News. All of that is in the works. It's all happening already.
Great works, Empress. Great works. Thank you so much, Empress.
You're welcome. This Congress is a very powerful Congress.
It is.
It's all powerful if you really, when you think about it. All powerful Congress. So,
Thank you, Empress.
You're welcome, nobility, and thank you
no suspecting.
For all the wealth you have there, Islam. So, is there anything further from this all-powerful, almighty, all-wealthy, all-prosperous Congress?
Islam, I just wanted to ask Justice Anthony, how far is he from Ocherius? Justice?
Oh, I'm far. I'm in Kingston.
Oh, you're in Kingston?
Yes, but I have a lot of family there. I go there, once in a while.
Okay, yeah, because you can get a lot of salt water there.
Yeah.
I prefer to go out in the ocean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
If you know where the airport is, I live near the airport, and there's that body of water. Then there's the road that curves around. So I'm between that body of water, between the land and the road to the airport. So I have to go beyond that road, the airport road, out into the deeper ocean where there's just more cleaner water. Because the water that comes down to where I'm at, it stays right there in the body between where I am at and the piece of land at the road that goes out to the airport. All the water is trapped in there. So I don't want water from there. I want to go beyond the road, the airport road that takes me out to the deeper ocean. That's more cleaner water.
Islam.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Islam, real quick before you wrap up.
Mm-hmm.
Right there in the middle, is that a hummingbird?
It is.
Okay. Okay.
It is. Hummingbird is the sign, the peace sign, the sign for peace. Islam.
What would you say about after taking salt, heart increase, your rate increase? Because when it happened to me, yes, it increased. It got to beating real fast.
That means that you need more water.
Okay. Okay.
Anytime your heart rate increases like that, because that's a sign of dehydration as well.
Okay. Okay.
So you will to drink more water.
Okay. Yeah, right. Because I've been lacking.
Yeah. The salt works immediately. It works right away, but make sure that you're just water is something that's an all day thing. We should be doing that all day, every day for those whose bodies work at that efficiency level. Not everybody's body works at that efficiency level.
Gratitude, sister. In person.
It's wrong. Well, we will continue this amazing Congress on Sunday at 6 Eastern, post-meridian. Peace and grand rising to the sovereign, original, indigenous, natural, divine heirs. Islam.
Peace and grand rising.
Islam. Peace and grand rising.
Islam.
Peace and grand
Great to you, Moors. Much peace, love, and success to you.
Peace and love, Moors.
Grand rising, Moors.
Enough love.
Islam. Grand rising, Empress. Islam.